Good morning. Welcome to the New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Early Childhood Education, joined with the Committee on Workforce Development and the Committee on Higher Education. At this time, please silence all cell phone and electronic devices to minimize interruption. Moving forward, no one is to approach the dais. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. Good afternoon. I'm Councilmember Jennifer Gutierrez, Chair of the New York City's Subcommittee on Early Childhood Education. Welcome to our April hearing centering on the Early Childhood Educator Workforce Development and Pipeline. I'm excited to be joined by the Chair of the Committee on Higher Education, Councilmember Rita Joseph, and the Chair of the Committee on Workforce Development, Councilmember Julie Wan. We've taken some big steps towards universal childcare since our last hearing, and this is exactly the type of progress we've all been pushing for, but we can't stop here. Today's hearing will examine a significant problem in our early childhood education system, a growing shortage of the educators that sustain it. As the city moves towards implementing a universal childcare system, the workforce will need to double in size in order to accommodate projected future enrollment. A recent analysis found that based on average turnover rates in early childhood education classrooms, the city needs at least 5,000 new educators every year. Childcare programs continue to have some of the highest rates of turnover, with a survey of New York City childcare programs finding that 52% of centers report new teachers leaving within 5 years. With a sizable percentage of our ECE teachers having over 20 years of experience and nearing retirement, while our new teachers are simultaneously exiting the field, we're about to be on the brink of a stark staffing shortage, independent of the expansion. If this city is going to achieve a universal childcare system, it has to start with a pipeline of teachers that will support it. To do so, the subcommittee today will also hear pre-considered intro 1656, sponsored by myself, in relation to establishing a childcare workforce grant and services program. And while this hearing will not acutely focus on the issue of pay parity and improved benefits, educators, educational assistants, and staff, with or without union affiliations, we do expect the admin to answer some of those questions today, and we'll dedicate an entire hearing in the future to it. Today, we will focus on how to make the pathway to this profession easier, but I know it is equally as important to make sure it is a sustainable one. I look to the success of the New York Teaching Fellows program, of how we've been able to increase our teaching workforce and provide them with unparalleled educational support, and remain committed to providing the same support to our ECE workforce. I'll now pass it to Chair Joseph for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Gutierrez. As a longtime public school educator, the topic of developing and recruiting qualified teachers to work with our youngest children is important to me. As the chair of the Committee on Higher Education, I want to know more about how CUNY plays such a significant role in ensuring that our youngest New Yorkers get a good start on their education path. I also want to ensure that any New Yorkers who have interests in or experience with early childhood education as a career path are able to get the credentials they need to enter or to advance that workforce. I'm happy to say that CUNY is playing a very active part in preparing these workers. Currently, approximately 3,600 CUNY students are working towards a degree in early childhood education. A great variety of certificates, advanced certificates, associate's degrees, bachelor's degrees, master's, and other credentials in early childhood education, including with bilingual and special education focuses, are offered at various CUNY community college and senior colleges. In addition, the New York Early Childhood Professional Development Institution, which is a public-private partnership at CUNY, works to provide comprehensive support for early childhood professionals at every stage of their career journey. As CUNY Chancellor Felix Matos Rodriguez recently noted, this is a moment where we need to meet the city's demand for their workforce. I look forward to this discussion. I would like to thank my staff and the Staff Committee on Higher Education, Giovanni Piquant, my Chief of Staff, Julia Goldman-Pickman, the committee's Senior Legislative Counsel, Virginia Paul, the committee's Senior Legislative Policy Analysis, and Ali Stouffer, the committee's Financial Analysis. Thank you, Chair Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. I will now pass it to Chair Wan for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Gutierrez and Joseph, for your partnership on this important hearing. 3 moms here chairing this hearing. So thank you so much for being here. My name is Julie Wan, and I have the privilege of chairing today's Council and Committee of Workforce Development in partnership with Early Childhood Education and Higher Education. In today's hearing, we're looking to understand a chronically understaffed and underpaid profession. And we're here to discuss what the city's workforce development infrastructure is doing about it, because every single one of us are living it every single day. If my aftercare or my childcare cannot provide the right amount of teacher to student ratio, it's going to be a very hard day at work for me. Early childhood educators are a cornerstone of New York City, and without them, families cannot continue to justify raising their children in the city. We cannot have a conversation about the future of New York without talking about the future of early childhood educators' livelihoods. Before us today, we have New York City's talent, the city's central body for aligning agencies with educational institutions and private partners around workforce priorities. And this committee wants to understand whether New York City talent is treating this crisis with the urgency it deserves, as well as the celebration that we've been having, a lot of victory laps. There are over 36,000 early childhood educators in New York City right now, and the city needs at least 5,000 new ones every single year just to keep pace. The waitlist for preschool special education teachers is over 3,400 students. Hundreds of classrooms are currently empty because there is no one to staff them, and over 40% of the current workforce is nearing retirement age. A recent survey of the city's childcare program found that over 50% of centers reported their new teachers leave within 5 years. So even when we do bring people in, we struggle to keep them. Why did they leave? One committee report details that it is because of abysmal wages despite high educational and financial barriers to entry. This includes $525 certificate application with $250 renewal for a childhood development associate, or $160 exams, $104.50 for fingerprinting, and $600 for a New York State teaching certification. This does not include the cost to go to college or training for these positions. So that means that you're paying anywhere from $75 to $100K just for undergrad, then you're paying an additional $100K or more for your higher education for your master's degree. And then on top of that, you're throwing up about over another $1,000 for all these certificates and the fingerprinting. Yet, despite all those costs, that's already over $200,000 of debt that you may be in if you can't afford to pay all of that in cash. All of that just for a median wage of $69,000 a year, which is less than the 2025 median salary in New York City, according to the State Department of Labor. It's not lost on me that this policy is deeply gendered. Most people who occupy these roles are women, particularly immigrant women and women of color, who take on this work with pride and joy for our future generations. We're not just talking about wages here. As any parent with a toddler here knows, kids will always get sick, and they also expose our workers to illnesses daily. As I eat my halls, as I live with 2 toddlers. It is important for us to provide them with adequate and fair access to healthcare coverage to boost our retention rates for our teachers. We need to find a way to connect these dots before this spiral goes into full-blown crisis. To give credit where it's due, New York City Talent has made some investments, like contributing to CUNY Early Childhood Education Apprenticeship Program. But last December, however, New York City Talent released its Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, also known as WIOA, local plan for 2025 to 2029, and did not identify early childhood education as a priority sector. This committee wants to understand why that was and what New York City Talent plans to do about it. We want to understand how New York City Talent coordinates with CUNY, Department of Education, and the Office of Child Care and Early Childhood Education to build a real pipeline into this field, and whether this administration is prepared to make early childhood education a genuine workforce development priority through budgetary commitments and meaningful investments in the sector as we're nearing the end of fiscal year 26 and finalizing the negotiations for fiscal year 27. I look forward to hearing from the administration and all of our witnesses today, and to a productive discussion about how the council can support this work. Because we know that the governor and the mayor has been making a lot of celebrations for the beginning of 2Care for 2,000 students, as well as 3K fully funding and pre-K, we want to make sure that there is truly universal childcare, especially for existing 2K and 3K, because in districts like mine and in neighboring districts, we're still struggling to get kids a seat at the table or at the school. Before we begin, I want to thank my committee staff, Senior Counsel Alex Polinoff, Senior Policy Analyst William Hognack, my Deputy Chief of Staff Nelly Vera Martinez, my District Manager Teresa Catone, my Financial Analyst Spencer Kuhn for their work in preparing for today's hearing. I'll now turn it back to Chair Joseph. Oh, just kidding. She already did her opening remarks. So I'm going to turn it back to Chair Gutierrez.
they were good remarks. We should hear it again, but we won't. We started late. Thank you both. Today we'll hear from the Mayor's Office of Childcare, the CUNY, the City University of New York, the Office of Talent and Workforce Development, the Department of Education, as well as other early childhood educators, providers, and stakeholders. Additionally, I'd like to remind everyone that the subcommittee has launched a form for providers. You can check for it on my website and on socials. I want to thank the members of the Early Childhood Education Subcommittee who have joined us today. Councilmember Rita Joseph, Councilmember Kevin Riley, who is with us, Councilmember Felder. I think those are the folks on the committee, and I'd also like to acknowledge Council Members Gavan, Epstein, Areola, Lewis, Maloney, Dinowitz, of course, Education Chair Dinowitz, who had to step out for a second. And is anyone on Zoom? Oh, and Councilmember Felder, yes, he's on my committee. Thank you. Councilmember Simca Felder. Additionally, thank you to the staff, staff for the subcommittee, Julia Goldsmith-Pinkham, Katie Salina, Grace Amato, Andrew Lane Lawless, and Margaret Barnsley, as well as my own staff, Anya Lair, Frank Hulka, Elalau, for their work on today's hearing. And finally, thank you to everyone who has signed up to testify and for being here instead of outside on a beautiful day. We look forward to hearing from all of you. I want to remind everyone who wishes to testify in person today that you must fill out a witness slip, which you can find on the desk of the Sergeant at Arms near the entrance of this room. Please fill out the slip, even if you have already registered in advance that you will be testifying in person. If you wish to testify on any of the legislation, please indicate on the witness slip whether you are here to testify in favor or in opposition. I also want to point out that we will not be voting on any legislation today. To allow as many people as possible to testify, we are limiting it to 2 minutes per person, whether you are in person or in Zoom. And I'm also going to ask my colleagues to limit their questions and comments to 5 minutes. I will now turn it over to Early Childhood Education Subcommittee Counsel to administer the oath.
Good morning. In accordance with the rules of the council, I'll administer the affirmation to the witnesses. I'll call on you each individually for a response. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you. And as a reminder to all of our witnesses, please state your name prior to your testimony for the record. If anyone here today requires an accessible version of a presentation given at today's hearing, please email testimony@council.nyc.gov. I think that's it. We did it. Okay, enough testimony. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Gutierrez. Oh. Is that better? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Gutierrez, Chair Juan, Chair Joseph, members of the Subcommittee on Early Childhood Education, the Committee on Workforce Development, and the Committee on Higher Education, and all other council members. My name is Emmy Liss, and I'm the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Childcare and Early Childhood Education. I'm joined today by my colleagues from New York City Public Schools, New York City Talent, and CUNY. Thank you for convening this important hearing and for giving us the opportunity to testify before you. I also want to acknowledge and recognize the early childhood educators who have joined us for this hearing today, as well as the advocacy groups and organizations who support this critical workforce. We are so grateful for the work you do every day in our city's early childhood programs and appreciate you taking the time to be here to share your stories and experiences. Universal childcare is a critical pillar of the Mamdani administration's agenda because we know how essential childcare access is to children, families, and our economy. We also recognize that there is no universal childcare without the childcare workforce. We must take steps to lift up and recognize the labor of this workforce that has been under-respected for too long. Childcare work has been undervalued for generations, dating back to the time during and after slavery when women of color were forced to take care of the children of others without pay. We must reckon with decades of racism and injustice as we seek to do right by the childcare workforce. This is why we must focus on delivering equitable wages to the childcare workforce, reflecting the dignity owed to every educator, regardless of the setting they work in, and invest in the workforce at every step of their career development to ensure this is a field where the workforce can continue to grow and thrive. Childcare work is essential work, it is skilled work, and it is deeply impactful work. The quality of a child's early education is directly shaped by the interactions they have with their adult caregivers and educators. Early childhood educators are the workforce behind the workforce. Without them, parents could not meaningfully participate in our economy. I say this personally, I would not be sitting here before you today were it not for the early childhood caregivers and educators who are supporting and nurturing my 2 young children at this very moment. The city's childcare workforce is made up of self-employed workers, small business and nonprofit employees, large corporate employees, and public sector workers. These include individuals working in licensed residential-based settings, centers run by community-based organizations and schools, some of which are contracted with the city, and others which are run entirely as private businesses. While any adult working in a licensed childcare setting must go through a robust vetting process and a government-run background check, because of the wide breadth of programs, both city contracted and private, the city has limited consolidated data on employment patterns and vacancies in childcare programs. Based on data from the New York City Comptroller and other analyses of census data, we estimate there are between 33,000 and 40,000 people working in childcare today, and the vast majority of them are women of color. This is a workforce that is largely underpaid, with childcare workers earning less than 96% of all professions in New York City. Wages and working conditions vary widely based on role and the setting that caregivers work in. We also know our early childhood educators are not just instructors. They have complex, multidimensional roles as caregivers and partners to families, connecting them to resources and services. Some are small business owners managing budgets, staffing, and licensing requirements, and running program operations. We also recognize there are thousands of informal childcare workers in the city, many of whom have been doing this work for decades with deep passion and experience, though they are not recognized in formal data on the workforce. There are longstanding economic justice and worker justice challenges facing the childcare sector that we must overcome as a city. If we want to expand access to childcare in the city, we need to support and sustain our current workforce and meaningfully grow the workforce for the future. Already, the limited childcare workforce is a constraint on system capacity. We know that providers across the city struggle to staff up fully, which may prevent them from opening classrooms even where there is family demand. Childcare is by definition labor-intensive work, and for good reason. We know that low adult-to-child ratios matter for the safety and supervision and for child development. That is only more critical as we expand access for younger children. Sustaining and growing the childcare workforce will require us to address challenges at every step of the pipeline. We must ensure that the childcare workforce earns wages that allow them to live and thrive in New York City, and we must take steps to close inequitable gaps in compensation and benefits across the childcare system. We need to think creatively about how we grow the pipeline and encourage new people to join the childcare workforce, whether that's high school graduates or mid-career professionals looking to make a pivot. We need to adapt training and credentialing programs to meet the needs of those already working in childcare who want to build their professional skills, and we must find new ways to recognize the years of experience that those already in the field have. And we must invest in career pathways so that those who are committed to early care and education can continue to grow and advance. To that end, the Mayor's Office of Child Care and Early Childhood Education is working to bring partners within and outside of city government together to build the city's first ever comprehensive plan for how we will grow, sustain, and support the childcare workforce. The plan will include well-defined, achievable career ladders and pathways to credentialing, affordable and accelerated degree programs, mentorship, coaching, and professional development opportunities, identifying business operations supports, and recognition and professionalization of the workforce. We have kicked off meetings with our city agency partners in recent months and will be convening leaders across the CUNY system in coming weeks. Through these discussions, we are working to identify low and no-cost policy changes we can make that will reduce barriers for the childcare workforce, as well as short, medium, and long-term investments we can make to build and support the workforce. We are looking at workforce development programs from other hard-to-hire critical job fields, such as nursing, skilled trades, and human services, to adapt ideas and lessons for the childcare workforce. We will be working with business and philanthropy partners as well to test and try new ideas that can then be scaled if proven successful. Most importantly, we will be reaching out to current educators to hear from them directly about their experiences navigating the training requirements, higher education systems, and credentialing programs so that their lived experiences inform our plan. Doing this work will call on many city agencies, as well as our partners in higher education, labor, and throughout the early childhood sector. I'm proud to sit here today with some of these leaders and to briefly highlight some of the work already underway in the city. Our colleagues at the New York City Office of Talent and Workforce Development work with partners across the workforce system to ensure the city's workforce development strategy aligns with job seeker needs, employer demand, and the changing economy. Their work includes piloting innovative workforce solutions that have the potential to be embedded in agencies to scale across the workforce system based on program outcomes and labor market demand. In 2025, New York City Talent awarded a total of $2 million to 8 organizations to support planning and implementation of apprenticeship pathways in non-traditional sectors to help increase opportunities for New Yorkers to gain skills and earn wages simultaneously. These investments included $600,000 in awards to support 2 apprenticeship programs for early childhood education workers. Research has illustrated that developing a registered apprenticeship program for new entrants to the childcare sector can help grow the workforce and increase quality of care by helping workers build skills, credentials, and opportunities for wage increases. New York City Public Schools supports childcare workforce development, both through its partnership with thousands of childcare providers in the city and by preparing the workforce of the future. The New York City Public Schools Division of Early Childhood Education supports the early childhood workforce through a range of recruitment, pipeline development, and professional development initiatives focused on community-based organizations and family childcare networks across the city. Community-based organizations are responsible for their own hiring and primarily recruit through existing networks and processes, with New York City Public Schools connecting programs that opt in to candidates identified through its recruitment efforts. Since November 2024, these New York City Public School-led recruitment efforts have generated interest from more than 4,000 job seekers and built a candidate pool of over 1,000 individuals to support programs seeking additional hiring pipelines. Within this candidate pool, approximately 15% of candidates meet qualifications for lead teacher roles, while the majority are qualified for other essential classroom positions, underscoring ongoing workforce challenges and the need for continued investment in credentialing pathways. To address this, New York City Public Schools supports individuals' qualifications and advancement through workforce development initiatives. Through a partnership with CUNY's Professional Development Institute and School of Professional Studies, New York City Public Schools funds programming focused on growing and diversifying the early childhood workforce. This includes Child Development Associate, or CDA, training in English and Spanish, preparation for the New York State Birth to 2 teacher certification, early childhood college coursework, and free transcript evaluation for internationally trained educators. New York City Public Schools also works closely with CUNY, SUNY, and other higher education institutions to promote career pathways and degree attainment, including tuition-free options such as CUNY and SUNY Reconnect. The Early Childhood Division's Workforce Development Team establishes partnerships with high schools, colleges, and workforce programs to build early childhood career pipelines and conducts recruitment initiatives, including information sessions, career fairs, and candidate pools to support staffing needs across contracted programs. New York City Public Schools also provides ongoing professional development and credentials pathway support to early childhood staff, reinforcing advancement toward lead teacher roles. In addition, New York City Public Schools provides hiring support, workforce guidance, and technical assistance to contracted programs, contributing to the placement of more than 150 candidates into early childhood roles, including both lead and assistant teacher positions across contracted programs. Together, these efforts are designed to strengthen the early childhood workforce pipeline and support the long-term sustainability of early care and learning programs across New York City. Through the New York City Public Schools Pathways Office, Future Ready NYC currently serves 34 schools in education pathways, serving over 2,000 students, each partnered with a CUNY or SUNY institution to provide early college credit, paid work-based learning, career-connected instruction, and advising for high school students. This model has established a strong foundation for preparing students for careers in education, combining academic rigor with real-world experience. With a strong foundation in place, there's an opportunity to build more seamless, structured transitions into post-secondary credentials and careers, particularly in early childhood and K-12 teaching. New York City Public Schools is exploring ways to build on this foundation by strengthening connections from high school into career pathways in early care and K-12 education. This work aims to better align student preparation with workforce demand, supporting both educator pipeline needs and long-term economic mobility for students. Lastly, just a comment on the bill being introduced today. The administration supports the intent of the Child Care Workforce Grant and Services Program bill, which seeks to provide free tuition and related supports to individuals pursuing careers in the early childhood workforce. The Office of Child Care shares the goal of expanding the pipeline of early childhood education of educators and recognizes that reducing financial barriers is a key strategy to attract more individuals to the field. With that said, we do have some concerns around implementation and costs and look forward to discussing the bill with the chair. As we work to deliver universal childcare to all New Yorkers, beginning with the first 2,000 2K seats this fall, we are deeply focused on the workforce because, again, there is no universal childcare without the childcare workforce. We look forward to your questions today and your partnership in this work. I'll now pass it to my colleagues at CUNY.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to Chairs Gutierrez, Joseph, and Juan, and the members of the subcommittee and committees for the opportunity to give testimony today. My name is Donna Anderson, and I am the Executive Director of the New York Early Childhood Professional Development Institute at the City University of New York. We are a public-private partnership located at CUNY. I also lead the CUNY Office of Early Childhood Initiatives, working closely with CUNY Central colleagues and our 17 campus childcare centers to strengthen the early childhood workforce and expand access to high-quality childcare and education for CUNY student parents. We appreciate the City Council's focus on early educator workforce development. It is important to recognize that well-prepared educators are the key to providing high-quality, responsive care and education to New York City's youngest learners. CUNY has been a strong partner in these efforts, and we look forward to continuing this work to realize the bold vision of universal childcare in our city and state. The early childhood care and education workforce landscape is complex, with differing licensing and funding requirements depending on the age of children, the location, and the program modality. There are multiple entry points for new early care and education or ECE professionals, and many pathways for those looking to advance within the field. Our institute exists to address this complexity. We take a holistic approach to serving the ECE workforce, recognizing that services and supports are needed in conjunction with college-level educator preparation programs. The city's ECE workforce is made up primarily of women and primarily women of color. They communicate with families in at least 31 different languages and have education levels that vary from high school diplomas to PhDs. The work of building the brain architecture of our littlest learners is essential to what they do. It is sophisticated, challenging, and inspiring work, requiring high levels of skill, competencies, and knowledge to provide the best outcomes for children and families. CUNY PDI supports the early care and education workforce in many ways. We operate the Aspire Registry, which is the state's most comprehensive source of verified data about the ECE workforce. More than 66% of licensed child care centers, along with 26,000 professionals and almost 2,000 trainers, already participate in the registry. Its data indicates that there are about 3,800 home-based providers in the city who do not have a Child Development Associate credential or higher level of education, and that only about 1 in 4 lead teachers in licensed centers hold teacher certification. The registry also allows professionals to find and access high-quality training opportunities, including coaching. We are also the implementing agency for Quality Stars New York, the state's quality rating and improvement system, which in the last 4 years has invested $4.8 million in the city alone to create high-quality learning environments, and has also provided training and academic scholarships for nearly 7,000 staff and professionals. I want to especially highlight today the work that we do through our New York City Career Development Center. We have 10 centers across the state that provide career and academic advising, employment services, and professional learning to over 6,000 people every year, almost 3,000 of whom are in New York City. The center provides free, individualized academic planning and career guidance to early childhood professionals, and its employment network offers hiring, job matching, and employment supports to both job seekers and ECE employers. The center's Early Childhood Leadership Initiative offers leadership development and networking opportunities for directors, administrators, and family child care providers. We also work with CUNY campuses on ECE academic programs. We've teamed with the CUNY School of Professional Studies to create a credit-bearing CDA certificate program in both English and Spanish, and this January launched a new master's degree program in early childhood policy and leadership. These programs are designed to meet the unique needs of New York's diverse early childhood workforce, so early childhood professionals can continue to work while pursuing their education. Our most recent recruitment initiative is the Early Childhood Apprenticeship, a pilot program that drew 400 applicants for 30 slots. Participants are employed as assistant teacher apprentices while attending CUNY SPS. By the end of the apprenticeship, they will have earned their CDA credential, 12 college credits, and a wage increase from their employers. This work was funded through a combination of private philanthropy and the New York City Office of Talent and Workforce Development. On a final note, a critical factor in our work is that early care and education professionals are among the lowest paid employees in New York City. The goal of universal childcare gives New York a unique opportunity to make a fundamental and much needed investment in the early childhood workforce and ensure that it is a sustainable support for families and a viable profession for years to come. Working with ECE stakeholders across the city and state, CUNY PDI has developed a comprehensive career ladder and equitable salary scale to address this challenge and grow the workforce needed for a universal, high-quality, accessible childcare system. We commend the City Council's attention to this workforce and especially your understanding of the complexity of the issue in bringing together these three committees. We look forward to supporting the city's work as it continues along the pathway to universal childcare. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Chair Gutierrez, Chair Joseph, and Chair Juan, as well as members of the Subcommittee on Early Childhood Education and the Committees on Higher Education and Workforce Development for the opportunity to speak to you on the topic of early childhood education. My name is Ashley Thompson, and I serve CUNY as University Dean for Education. In this role, I oversee education programs across the university. I am pleased to tell you about our support of more than 15,000 students in this important academic and workforce area, a majority of whom are people of color. For the first time since the pandemic, CUNY Fall 2025 enrollment data show increases for students pursuing degrees in education, bolstered by programs like CUNY Reconnect, providing free tuition for eligible associate degree students. About 3,600 of CUNY's education students are in early childhood programs. Of these, 2,000 are enrolled in bachelor's and master's programs that lead to teacher certification. Though we know from State Department of Labor data that our early childhood graduates work in a range of settings, as they do while they are pursuing their degrees. 5 years after graduation, nearly 90% of early childhood bachelor's graduates are working in education, in New York City public schools, child daycare services, and other city agencies, education-related organizations, and charter and private schools. As New York City and state work to expand childcare and implement the class size law, CUNY is actively building the pipeline of well-prepared educators that these commitments require. New grants and partnerships support outreach to alumni, certification exam vouchers, recruitment events for both college enrollment and teacher hiring, creation of new undergraduate programs in bilingual early childhood education, recruiting education students for paid jobs as paraprofessionals, and more. This summer 2026, CUNY is projected to enroll more than 800 New York City teaching fellows, an increase of more than 30% from last year. CUNY Reading Fellows provides free, evidence-based reading instruction to nearly 2,800 children in grades K to 2 in New York City public schools, while providing CUNY tutors with a paid career-aligned job that strengthens their skills in early literacy. New York City Men Teach at CUNY, a partnership with the city's Young Men's Initiative and New York City Public Schools, supports 600 teacher candidates a year, including dozens majoring in early childhood. We're engaging education students even before they apply to CUNY. Through New York City Public Schools Future Ready, the education pathway is currently offered at 30 high schools, reaching an estimated 1,500 students who take education courses through College Now that can be an on-ramp to a variety of education paths, including early childhood. My office works in close collaboration with a wide range of partners, utilizing data sharing agreements to ensure that we can identify trends and support students throughout the educator pipeline. These investments yield returns for our city and state, and for our students too. Wage outcomes for CUNY's education majors are strong. For bachelor's and master's graduates at CUNY, education majors surpass the median wage for other CUNY graduates at the 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year mark. A renewed opportunity for our city and its focus on early childhood is to strengthen sector-specific jobs and livable wages, building career ladders that enable these college students to go on to educate our youngest New Yorkers with quality and passion, working collaboratively across our city to ensure alignment and improve communication will make a meaningful difference for the early childhood workforce. CUNY provides many affordable pathways into an education career for thousands of candidates from a wide range of backgrounds and starting points. We will continue to work and innovate to expand the pipeline for early childhood education programs to help bolster New York's workforce in this critical early childhood sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all so much for your testimony. I want to take a moment to just recognize we are joined or were joined by Council Members Wong, Council Member Ressler, Council Member Brewer, and Hanif. I think that's everyone. Great. So I just want to set the stage. I know that I had mentioned in my testimony about an analysis of, I think, an estimate of about 5,000 new teachers every year that would need to be recruited. But can you either confirm or share your numbers? How many new early childhood education teachers would need to be recruited each year for 2K, 3K, and pre-K?
Thanks so much for the question. As I shared in testimony, and as we've talked about with this committee, our early childhood system is made up both for pre-K and 3K, and as we expand for 2K, of a partnership with our with childcare providers, both center and home-based providers, as well as our school-based staff. Because our independent providers, who the city works with, are themselves businesses that recruit and maintain their own staff, we don't necessarily have visibility into their annual vacancy data, though we do, as we offer support to them, work with them to fill vacancies and provide support as those come up. As we work with providers, we understand what their needs are, though we don't have a total count necessarily of the needs for pre-K, 3K, or 2K. I will note that as we plan to launch the first 2,000 2K seats this fall, we are predominantly working with providers who are already running and operating toddler programs in the city. They are doing that privately and will be coming into to partnership with the city. So those are classrooms that are programs that are broadly staffed. We know there will be some vacancies, and we'll continue to work with providers to fill them.
Okay, thank you. And so for the programs that are DOE contracts, at least for 3K and pre-K, you don't have a sense of those vacancies and how many we would need to recruit?
Simone Hawkins. I am the Deputy Chancellor
Deputy Chancellor.
Yes, the DC for the Division of Early Childhood Education at New York City Public Schools. Thank you for having me today. And so, as Emmy shared, a lot of the information and data that we collect is fully reliant on self-reporting. And so, intermittently throughout the year, we do release surveys to our educator community to assess their needs, not just vacancies for teaching roles, may it be in the classroom, but also education directors, which we know those that have a New York City DOHMH permit, they are required to have an education director on site at all times, but also other key roles, right? Like, do you need a custodian and a family worker? And so we do send out those surveys intermittently, and we definitely do so before the start of the school year. And so we have that data. In addition to that, we also, and bless you, we also rely on budget data. The budget information that we collect includes salary information, which must be tied to an individual or a position, including a vacant one. And so the team looks at both data sets and tries to reconcile. As you know, things can change at a point in time. But as of our most recent data collection for January through March, there was a vacancy count of about 78 positions, and that's specifically centers.
Okay.
We know that can change each and every day, but that is our last count for that quarter of the year.
Okay. And is there any thought about how to create a system that's maybe more unified? I know that you get a ton of data from the surveys, but obviously we're constantly talking about universal child care and expanding early childhood education. So I think it would be really help us kind of keep you all accountable, keep us accountable, and create a system for where we have a very clear finite numbers. Is there a thought to maybe kind of one unified tool to be able to track that? And I totally respectful of the fact that it's not just educators that there's a shortage. That, we do need to consider the other spots, but I think we have a vested interest in understanding what that looks like, because the teacher shortage is across the board, and so it would just help us so that we can make that distinction, whether it's early childhood or K through 12.
I think as we continue to grow and expand our programs, we'll continue to look at how we collect data from the providers that the city works with directly, and how we can better understand vacancies and how we can offer support to them. So it's something we'll continue to look at, and happy to continue discussing with you.
And for this, thank you. And for this fiscal year, or FY27, where I know that there's state funding to be able to kind of stabilize and expand 3K, do you all have a sense, at least for the new year, how many teachers you'll need to recruit, or if you need to recruit more?
So for the planned expansion this fall, the 2,000 2K seats that we're launching, as well as the additional 3K capacity, we are working with providers who have already licensed classrooms. Because of the short timeline to stand up services for this fall, we are partnering with existing childcare providers who partner with the city already, who are maybe adding a classroom to their contract, as well as partnering with some new providers through the request for information that the city put out earlier this year. Those are programs that are already operating. So they may be serving 2-year-olds today who are paying privately, and again, will be coming into the city's program. So we anticipate that many of these roles are filled, though, as the Deputy Chancellor noted, especially in the ramp up to the start of the school year, we will engage programs directly to understand if and where they may have additional vacancies and what kind of roles and if there is support they need.
If I may, clearly I heard the gasps in the audience around the 78, right? We want to encourage people in our educator community to, for one, respond. But we need to also go out and make sure that we have physical presence to make sure that they feel supported. We also know that brings some level of anxiety and fear, right? Because we don't want them to feel as if it's a I got you moment. We really want to build a partnership with them where they feel trusted, that we can be trusted to really offer that support to build their workforce. What I will say to your question as well, and to add to what Emmy shared, we are anticipating specifically for 2K to align with the respective regulation that guides the setting. So for family childcare, that would be New York State Social Services Law, and for our center-based programs, that would be the Health Code, either Article 43 or Article 47. And so on average, it gets a little complicated, as Donna mentioned. It does require about 2 adults and educators in the space. And so although many of our existing or anticipated partners will already convert an existing classroom that has educators or bring on new programs that might be independently run and not funded through New York City Public Schools, we do anticipate that there'll be some vacancies. Again, we'll work with them to get that information and data and provide supports. But the general estimates that we want to provide or offer the council would be in alignment with what the respective regulations require.
And do you have a sense of, at least for the 3K expansion, if you'll what that looks like?
Yeah, so we're finalizing who will be participating in that.
Okay.
And so same, really trying to align with the health code for those classrooms and where relevant home-based regulations. And so some of our educators actually decided to convert existing pre-K classrooms. There is some oversaturation in some communities, and they wanted to use this opportunity to pivot. And so there are educators in many instances, and so they would just, age down into the 3K classroom. And so once we finalize where these seats are, and those seats will also be in district school and pre-K center settings, then we can work with the relevant and respective program or school leader to determine what the needs are.
Do you have a sense of when that will be finalized?
Very soon.
Okay. Okay. And then more importantly, how do you estimate what the workforce needs will be for the following set lead teachers for a class for students with disabilities and bilingual teachers?
So we, and just to take a step back, we have the amazing division of inclusive and accessible learning led by Deputy Chancellor Foti, who oversees our EMLL work as well as our work with students with disabilities. And so we work with her team to assess what's needed in the self-contained classrooms, what's needed in the SCIDS classrooms. We also have a contract enhancement with 4410 providers. And then we also know about the centralized capacity that we need for PRAC teams, CPSE, et cetera, et cetera. And so similar to the efforts that we launch across my team, they actually support those efforts and actually initiate their own, which we work in partnership with them as well. And so when we are looking at what the needs are, we are looking at where the students are and the types of classrooms and settings in which those educators are needed, or additional staff, support staff where relevant. And so where we know we are anticipating placement of special education seats, we are already working with the school community to assess if they already have educators or would require specific special education teachers for those classrooms, and that will be included in our data.
Okay, and is there, and I know this has been true for a while, but is there a shortage of special education bilingual teachers specifically?
I would say yes.
Continues
I
to be.
cannot tell you the count, and so we would have to get back to you on that. But there is a need for special education teachers, absolutely.
And so I think-
and to your point, multilingual.
Multilingual, excuse me. Yeah. And so to make it a point, I think part of today is we want to explore what we can do to set the stage for recruitment for
Absolutely.
all of it. But what do you think, what is specific to multilingual special education or as a career path that we need to be doing, we need to be elevating, because there's a severe shortage compared to the rest of the roles?
I don't want to pretend like I'm the expert in that, but I want to acknowledge that we are open to having the conversation and exploring how we can partner to definitely welcome and encourage folks to enter that pathway.
Yeah, thank you. My next question is, what outreach, I don't know if this is a question for either CUNY or the Office of Early Childhood Education, or what outreach are you doing to high schoolers and college students around recruitment to the early childhood education field? And what opportunities could we explore with DYCD? Chair Stevens, who chairs the youth committee, is obviously very passionate about this, just about being able to create better pathways for young people and careers. And so just curious if there's a marriage of the both, or if there's something specific to early childhood education.
I'll just start by saying this is something we're very interested in exploring further and thinking about how we can help more of our young people see early childhood education as a viable and exciting long-term career pathway. As I referenced in testimony, the Pathways Office at New York City Public Schools has existing programs in a number of city high schools to help steer students towards early childhood education and gives them the ability to earn dual credits while still enrolled. But this is an area, as we work comprehensively over the coming months across agencies to plan for what a more holistic workforce development strategy should look like. How we help bring our young people into childcare is one of the things we'll be looking at.
And I'll just follow up by saying, I referenced in my testimony the Early Childhood Apprenticeship Project, and that actually grew out of a program that we had specifically focused on recruiting young people into the field of early childhood education. So we have partnerships with some of the local high schools. Another thing that we have done in the past, we did a pilot project where we actually offered the credit-bearing CDA certificate program at SPS to starting for high schoolers in their junior year. So they took one college course through College Now. So by the time they finished with their high school diplomas, they also had 12 college credits and the CDA. So that's another opportunity to kind of think about how are we growing that workforce starting even from age 16.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of College Now. I was a beneficiary of it, so I'm a big fan. Can you just talk to me about the apprenticeship? What is the year-to-year required funding to sustain this apprenticeship?
So, our ask before the council is $3 million over 3 years for 200 apprentices, and so that really that helps to cover the costs of supporting the apprentices as well as the employer partners within that work. This is a really innovative, structured approach where we utilize the Educational Incentive Program scholarship funding to cover the cost of tuition from the state, and then utilize other funds to do all the support services and things that we need. The other thing that apprenticeship includes is support for our employer partners. This is really one of the things that the apprenticeship model is great in early childhood, but early childhood is a little bit different than perhaps some of the trades where there is more of a profit margin. And so they have more resource to sort of dedicate to growing their own. We already know that our lead teachers and our directors are really at the brink. And so we really built in for them stipends as well, because growing your own and this apprenticeship hosting requires more effort from them as well as, supporting that apprentice. So we've built that in as well.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy to uplift that budget ask. I have two more questions, and then we'll pass it to Chair Joseph. I'm curious, and I know that we will dedicate a whole hearing to this, but obviously there is significant turnover. As part of my testimony, we had pulled from a report that, there is a population of folks that are set to retire because they've been in the industry for so long, and then any of the new folks that join are really staying for an average of 5 years. Looking into the next 5-10 years, what is something that you are doing now, or thinking about how we can encourage early childhood educators to stay in this profession? What are some of the things? And I'm not going to ask for like a full plan flesh out, just ideas. Like what are we talking about?
Absolutely. So as we look comprehensively at planning for the workforce, we are looking both at how we bring new people into the field and how we sustain and grow the folks who are in the field. And I think this will have to be a multi-pronged approach. Of course, you referenced in your testimony, as we did as well, the importance of wages and benefits and equitable compensation for the workforce, which we know is an important factor to
It's really the
keeping
top.
folks.
It's
Yes,
really the
and-
first thing.
Absolutely.
We got to pay these people.
Yes.
It's the only way.
I think in addition to that, we recognize that working in early childhood classrooms is tough. There's long days, it's emotional, it's very physical, and so want to continue working with our partners, with educators, to explore how we can invest in sort of workplace quality and making sure that childcare providers are able to take care of themselves and are able to have the time and space they need for professional development, for growth, and so they can. We hope, of course, recognize that wages and benefits is where this conversation starts, but also ensuring that providers, educators are supported, that they have what they need, that they are able to sustain themselves in their work, and that if they're interested in continuing to grow, to go from an assistant teacher to a lead teacher, to pursue roles in center leadership, that they have the opportunity to stay in the profession and grow with the profession as well.
Thank you. As part of the surveys, is one of the questions, just to assess of the staff that are there, whether they're educational staff or support staff, how many of them are in need of child care for their own children. I know that in my experience in my district, oftentimes their child might not even qualify to attend the exact center that they're in. How are you all? I know we're on a path to universal child care, but in the meantime, until we get there, is that part of the questioning that you're asking? Is that something that you're considering as a means of supporting people? So we really have to think about incentives. Like what makes people want to stay at their jobs? Is that it's meaningful and that they're happy and that they can afford to stay there? Is that something that is a part of the surveys? No? Okay. Maybe we should ask, because I do think that that is like in any job is a reason why we take a job or we stay at a job is like, is it close to my childcare? Can I bring my kid here?
Yeah, we do not ask that on our survey. It's really intended to ascertain the number of vacancies. But what you're highlighting is culture.
What's another
climate,
survey? What's another survey?
Another survey. Also, I think we should also assess, because one thing I am hypersensitive to, wearing the hat of DC for the Division of Early Childhood Education, we are not the entire ecosystem of early care and education across the city. Mm-hmm. And so what I don't want to do is present challenges that might solve our problems, but create a gap in other areas. And so appreciate that, because what's a benefit of Emmy being in her role is really creating something that is coherent and comprehensive of the entire system, that is not solely about contracted care or care provided by the district, but those independent providers who want to thrive too and may be running into similar challenges.
Yeah.
I could just follow up right there. I want to emphasize the role of leaders in creating the positive classroom climate. That is really an important factor in helping people decide whether or not they're going to stay at their jobs. Compensation, 100% first factor, but very close behind that, and research backs this up, that classroom and program climate make a huge difference, and leaders are the linchpin in really making sure that is supported. So supports like what we do in our Early Childhood Leadership Initiative, as well as Quality Stars New York, the leadership coaches that the DOE has, anything that supports leaders in their role as leaders can really help make a huge impact in also supporting people to stay in these positive environments that feel really good at the end of the day, even though it's really hard, really physically taxing and emotional work.
And is that tell me, is it just PD? Like what are some of those things that contribute?
Yeah, it's professional development. It's a lot of peer learning. That's a lot of what our model looks at, is really peer learning, like bringing folks together. They learn from each other and just the support from each other. Being a leader in a program is a lonely position. You're the only one there in that position oftentimes, even though part of an amazing team. And so giving folks the opportunity, creating the space for them to come together and learn from each other has been really powerful. And then for our team, when they meet with their quality improvement specialist, this is another very trusted person who comes in, who is not worried about compliance. They're really worried and helping them to achieve quality and improve quality. So that support there also can be very impactful.
Thank you. Look forward to the continued discussion. I'm going to hand it up to Chair Joseph.
Thank you so much. Just want to follow up on a couple of quick questions from Councilmember Chair Gutierrez. You said you provide training in 2 languages, English and Spanish. Do you plan to expand the languages that you already have?
So that specifically refers to the college credit-bearing coursework at the CUNY School of Professional Studies. Right now, that's possible because the CDA itself, the credential, has all the materials also available in Spanish. So we would have to look at what other languages are possible for the CDA itself, and then absolutely would consider that.
Thank you. In all of your conversation among yourselves, and I hope this is going to be an interagencies, how teachers work in cohorts. I hope this is a cohort that will continue to work, because what you do impacts this person, that person. So I think you guys should work together. Is inviting small businesses to be part of the conversation for early childhood is part of that conversation, because they also have a workforce, right? How are you using small businesses to make this work?
As we think about the expansion of universal childcare in the city, we are really looking at the whole city as our partners. Yes, it's all of the folks you see up here from city government and the dozen or more other agencies, but it's philanthropy, it's business of all sizes. So we are in conversation with business leaders to understand how are childcare gaps impacting their workforce? What are the childcare models, solutions that would benefit their workforce, whether that's folks who work a 9-to-5 job in an office, or folks who are doing the overnight shift at a hospital or the early morning shift at a construction site. So we are talking to business about our overall childcare system. Certainly, as we think about the question at hand today about workforce development for childcare, we also know that there are folks who want to move between careers, and there may be people who have started their career elsewhere and are looking to move into childcare. So want to make sure that our business partners know about those pathways as well.
Engaging the Chambers of Commerce is also a great place to start as well.
And if I may, Councilmember, I want to put in a plug for my workforce development team that lives within my division. They do a lot of work with Workforce One, New York State Department of Labor, and other city and state partners, in addition to our CUNY colleagues, to make sure that we are in their spaces. If they have career fairs, other opportunities for us to engage with populations we wouldn't normally come in contact with, we are partnering with them too.
I have another question this is for CUNY. The career pathways, somebody that may not want to have another master's, right? Are you providing extensions to these licensing to be able to meet the shortage needs for bilingual, special education, ESL? Are you working in providing that? Because I didn't see that in your testimony, but is that something you provide?
Yes, so CUNY has extensions and kind of supplemental programs if someone wants to add special ed or bilingual, but we're also trying more and more to build those things in. We don't want people to have to come back to add those credentials, so I mentioned expanding undergraduate programs with early childhood and bilingual together. So we're looking at both the possibility and options the workforce would have to add those, and as well as getting them from the...
Sometimes they have to come back because they're already in the classroom and working. Sometimes they do have to come back to you and say, listen, I would love to have an extension for bilingual education, special education. And that's one way I'm looking at when we talk about shortage areas. Folks can move around the license and assessing who you have in the system to make sure you're also, hey, we can move this license around, and sometimes you're doing both. So how many students are currently enrolled in the early childhood education degree programs?
Our 2025 enrollment was 3,613.
And we're going to break them down in different categories. So how many candidates you have for bachelor's degrees?
Bachelor's was 862. Master's was 1,143. Associate is the largest. It's 1,242. And then we have certificates and also advanced certificates. And those were an additional 200 students.
How many candidates you have for degrees focusing on teaching students with disabilities?
I could add that for you because they're across all different degree levels. So I'm happy to follow up and send that to you. And I also wanted to mention my office does have some special grants that specifically funds teachers who want to add the special education license to your previous question.
And how much is CUNY working with bilingual pupil services to recruit bilingual educators, bilingual special education teachers? How much are you working? Speech pathologists is also a shortage area in bilingual.
So oftentimes those folks need the sort of same preparation. So we refer folks, when folks come to us at the career development centers, we refer them then to the appropriate folks at each of the CUNY campuses. And part of the intake when we're doing an interview with a new client or new student, we talk to them about what their bilingual capabilities are, and then what their options might be as well.
I just wanted to add that this fall through Brooklyn College, we're funding bilingual extensions for PPS staff.
See, that's what I was talking about. We need to know about that.
Yes.
How many students are enrolled in your Child Development Associate program?
I have 161 at the School of Professional Studies. And then also we have additional students who engage with CDA programs through continuing education.
How many are enrolled in your Child Development Associate program offered in Spanish?
54.
Are those numbers looking to increase, or is that the goal, or is it you want to expand, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. CUNY offers several programs to support students in finishing their degrees. CUNY ASAP, ACE, Reconnect. How many students in CUNY ASAP, Reconnect work towards an early childhood education degree?
I don't know, but we can certainly
Yeah,
pull
we can
those
follow up.
numbers
There's
for
not a
you.
lot in ASAP.
Are we
but
doing an
CUNY
outreach to encourage? That's another.
So it's a slightly more nuanced. So
Right.
we could certainly follow up with you afterwards. And then Reconnect, there are currently two associate degree programs at BMCC and at Bronx Community College. And they have definitely seen increases in their numbers with the launch of CUNY Reconnect.
Okay.
And another thing for this coming academic year, we've advocated that all of our early childhood programs be part of CUNY Reconnect because we want to make sure that the city has the workforce it needs.
Do you have any mentorship program to support students enrolled in early childhood education programs?
The strongest mentorship really comes through the apprenticeship program, but that is also the role of our early childhood career advisors. So if someone comes to us and they receive a scholarship or other kinds of supports, generally we check in with them 3 times a semester. So at the beginning, before the school starts, the mid-semester, and then the end of semester check-in. So they have ongoing support, and we're there to help with anything that they need. So if they're like, I lost my childcare, or I'm having trouble with a professor, or I've got a family conflict. So that person is really there. Our career advisors are there to really support them at the centers, and then they also have supports at the campus where they're attending class.
DC Hawkins, do you provide mentorship once a student comes into your system as an early childhood educator? Are you providing mentorship for that educator?
Yes. And so we actually refer to it as coaching. And so we have a solid group of folks, and mostly educators themselves, who go in and provide support to not only just the leader, but also the educators educating our littles in the classroom. Because one thing I think you all highlighted earlier is not just making sure we build the pathway for individuals to become early childhood educators, but also leaders.
That's
And
right.
so we are working with them to really cultivate, for succession planning as folks age out of the system. Yes.
How many years do you coach that teacher once they enter the system?
For as long as they are in the system and working with New York City Public Schools. So every site is assigned a leadership coach and at minimum an instructional coordinator. And then in addition to that, we also provide a social worker. We also have inclusion specialists who provide support to programs as well.
How does CUNY support students with degrees in early childhood education to find a job upon upon graduating?
So that's the work that we do in the employment network. So folks, this is really exists to match job seekers with employer partners. It really, we had always had a job board, and then during COVID, when we had that first class, we were graduating and we were really unsure what was gonna happen with jobs, we really increased our services to be able to take a more active role in helping identify employers who have vacancies and matching them with candidates.
Do you
job
support
seekers.
with certification?
Yes.
You
so
provide
that's actually
tutoring as well?
So that's some of the work that we
Test
do
prep, test prep.
in cooperation with our colleagues at DECE. So we do have test prep and supports to help them not only cover the fees, but also prepare for the certification exams.
I wanted to add that we have special grants for certification exam vouchers, and we've also worked at CUNY to make it financial aid eligible. So students who are undergraduates can put those costs towards their financial aid.
Good to hear, but we need to know about them. See, no one knows. I knew to ask that question because it was important. But the general public needs to know. Are there any targeted scholarships or financial support available to students enrolled in early childhood degrees that is in addition to the scholarships and financial assistance available to CUNY students?
There are a number of early childhood scholarships. Primarily is the Educational Incentive Program that is offered through the state. So this is funding that comes from the Office of Children and Family Services and is specifically, people are eligible for it who are employed in licensed childcare settings. There are income eligibility requirements and a few other requirements, but EIP can be used toward college coursework as well as other kinds of professional development. And then there are a few other small scholarships that are either campus-based or coming from various funders. But I will say there is one, if a program is participating in Quality Stars New York, which is our state's quality rating and improvement system, they do have an academic scholarship program that does provide specifically college scholarships for college coursework.
Thank you. If someone chooses to get an associate or a BA in early childhood education now, what does the process and timeline look like for them?
To go through that degree program.
Correct.
That varies student to student. Often students are working, and so it takes them a little bit longer, but typically our timeline for an associate degree is 2 to 3 years, and our timeline for a bachelor's degree is 4 to 6 years.
And students, it's easy to transfer within the CUNY system from one program to another, or degree transfers, that's easy. In your 2K program, what's the class size and class ratio of students to teacher?
So as Deputy Chancellor Hawkins said, it varies somewhat based on the specific setting, size of the classroom and other particulars, but the typical classroom for 2K will have 12 students and 2 teachers.
And any of them ICT settings?
So no, we do have that for 3K and pre-K, and we are actually working with Dial, and also we are in continued conversation with advocates for children around, is it appropriate to replicate a similar model for such a young age group? And we believe initially that it's not.
Right.
We plan to work really closely with the Bureau of Early Intervention at New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. They are a rock star partner and wanting to make sure that families get that early identification for earlier intervention, but we are not right now looking to replicate the self-contained and SCIS models for 2K.
Self-contained is 12 kids in a classroom.
Correct. But that's the 12 that Emmy mentioned is specific to the health code. That's actually the ratio.
That's the ratio for,
Correct, for
but not a self-contained.
Correct.
Okay. Want to make sure that's clear on the record. Chair One.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph. Okay, I want to go back to the beginning because I have some follow-up questions from when Chair Gutierrez has asked. So I feel like this question gets asked all the time from parents as well as at every single early childhood education hearing. Can you help me understand how exactly are we calculating for the 3K capacity across the city for the upcoming school year?
So we use data, a combination of data based on applications that we get from prior years. And so as folks may know, we have a centralized admissions process. And sorry, Chair, I can't see you right now, but I'm looking at you. We have a centralized admissions process, which is managed by our Office of Student Enrollment. They are actually responsible for doing every single admissions process for the department. And then we also look at enrollment data. What we need to assess is utilization, right? Just because there might be seats, we want to understand if they are filled. Because what we have all experienced is that they're not necessarily optimized, right? We've heard this before, seats in the right place, and also working within the parameters of our contracts. And so where we have existing contracts, looking at that utilization data and admissions data, we reconcile that to determine if there's any unmet need. And as you are aware, the mayor announced the priority zip codes that we plan to expand 3K, and that's really leveraging that application and enrollment data. So we want to see where parents want to go. We are looking at the distance and proximity from their home address as kind of the primary point, geographic point. And then we're looking at where the seats actually exist. And then what we do is we're reaching out to existing providers to determine if they would like to expand or convert. And then we also release the request for information to welcome new providers.
Are you looking at birth data?
So we consider birth data, but again, we are a part of the larger system. And so yes, we are looking at birth data. We work with School Construction Authority. We are also partnering with other external partners to assess what the kind of denominator is for children. But we are, I think the most immediate data points for us is families interested in attending a program with us. And so looking at enrollment data and application data is a really helpful point.
Because even in Long Island City, even though we had injected in my council district over 135 new seats, we're still getting cussed at for students who still cannot get a seat in their neighborhood. They're so incredibly angry. And we even get parents who are applying to Long Island City 3K seats because they can't get a 3K seat in Greenpoint across the neighborhood. So what are we doing wrong that we still can't get this right? And why are parents pointing to me that there are schools that sit empty in nearby neighborhoods? And why is it taking so long for us to make sure that we're optimizing these seats over the last 5 years? And if we have empty seats that continue to go unused, how much of the funding right now that has come from the state is being used to open new school seats? I'm just trying to understand the math here.
Yeah. Well, what I appreciate is our continued conversations around your particular district, Chair. And so what you know is where we can make shifts within our existing contracts, we have done that, as you are aware. But there are also contracts. And so what we want to do is operate in respect to these agreements that we have with independent providers who depend on those funds. And so we are not in the business of just pulling seats away from providers. Those are things that we have to do in concert with them because there are larger fiscal impacts to their businesses. But where there is consent, where there is partnership, and where it is viable to shift seats, as you know, we are constantly and continually doing that. But what we have is a renewed energy in looking at the system holistically, which I'm very excited about. And so we hope that now moving forward, as we work to build out 2K and as we enter into whatever the next iteration of early care and education is, that we think about this a little differently and build a more flexible system where providers are not wedded to whatever they agreed to 5 years ago, but that they can shift based on the needs of their community. And that's what we are looking forward to doing.
So how many 3K seat increases are you projecting in certain neighborhoods and each neighborhood.
So I believe we communicated that the goal is at least 1,000 seats to open for the fall.
And if I could just
For the whole
jump-
entire city?
If I could just jump in, so we, under this administration, really recognize the need to strengthen and expand the 3K system, recognizing that in the past, while all families may have received a 3K offer last year, families may have received offers that presented really challenging commutes. And I know the challenges of getting a 3-year-old to school, and that is not something you want to spend more than 15 minutes doing. We, as the Deputy Chancellor said, looked across the city at the zip codes where 3K programs have been very highly enrolled, where we've had more family applicants than seats, and where families were placed at programs that were an untenable commute. And so those 56 zip codes are where we're looking at adding at least 1,000 seats to meet the unmet demand from families. We're continuing to look at the data to make sure that we are in a position to meet demand this fall. Earlier this year, the request for information that New York City Public Schools put out was the first time in 5 years that new providers could come into the 3K system. So we're really taking a step forward in bringing folks in, and as the Deputy Chancellor said, also working with our current providers to expand capacity. So families will continue to receive updates if they've already applied to 3K through My Schools as new capacity is added in their neighborhood. And families who may not have applied because they weren't sure there would be a convenient program for them will still be able to add themselves to waitlists. And our goal is to really grow enrollment by the fall and make sure that every family receives an offer that works for them.
Right now, parents are pretty angry in my district because the 3K seats that we added, there is not an equivalent to the pre-K seats for those children who now have to move up, are being told to travel over 30 minutes by foot to get to school. So what is the plan here for pre-K for all of these neighborhoods, and what are we doing to make sure that we're forecasting for those 3K seats we added, that there's an equivalent number of pre-K seats at minimum, if not more, to account for families that are going to move into the neighborhoods?
So based on our data, there are available pre-K seats in your district. What we are finding, and one of the things we're trying to be intentional about is, again, centering parent choice. Sometimes parents choose to go to a different program than they previously were for one of maybe the 3K, or sometimes they want to stay at the same site. And so we are working to make sure that there are enough seats in communities, again, based on how kind of the choice patterns are for prior years. But based on our data, Councilmember, there are enough pre-K seats in your district.
Not in Hunters Point and not in Court Square. We've had this conversation multiple
Yes.
times that it's not just by zip code for the neighborhood, because there are transportation, especially public transportation barriers to get to other parts of Long Island City, especially when you have a child and you're going to have to reverse commute in deeper into Queens than go to work. So that's where a lot of the anger is coming from. And another pushback that I get a lot from providers is rent. Because Western Queens rent is so extremely high, and currently the contract does not allow providers to pay for rent. For them to even have money to do recruitment for their workforce, they're saying, how am I going to pay for rent? Because if I get rid of my twos and now I only have infants, then how am I going to subsidize my rent, which is what those private care was providing for our providers before.
So the contracts do allow providers to bill us for rental costs. What it has not done is provide cost escalators to maybe reflect increases in rent. So I do want to make that differentiation. Again, we are having conversations, and it's not about adding new seats, but about how we can stabilize the existing sector. And so we appreciate that, and we actually realize that it is an area that we need to address.
Earlier, we heard in your testimony about CUNY Reconnect. CUNY Reconnect was initiated by former Speaker Adrian Adams and helps working wage New Yorkers return to college. However, it is only funded at $5.9 million as of fiscal year 25 and $7.8 million of fiscal year 26, but still lacks the baseline funding despite the council's push for $11.8 million to maintain and expand its services last year. The executive budget left it out last fiscal year and the upcoming fiscal year. How is this administration planning to fund CUNY Reconnect in this year's budget to make sure that it can support the pool of eligible New Yorkers trying to earn a degree for early childhood education, especially since you refer to it and it has not been funded by the mayoral administration in the years past?
So just a point of clarification. So there are two parts of CUNY Reconnect. So there's the part of CUNY Reconnect that has been supported by the City Council in New York City, that was launched in the wake of the epidemic. The CUNY Reconnect that was referred to in the testimony is a second part of the project that is coming from state funding, and that is free community college for adults aged 25 to 55 in 6 high need industries. Education is one of those industries. So that part is not funded by the city council dollars.
So I'm asking you, what is the mayoral administration and what is the city going to fund? That was my question.
So as we go through the budget process, we'll be looking at this and making sure we have the resources we need to support the early childhood educator workforce and its growth.
Okay. So what I'm also trying to understand is the discrepancy between the Department of Education public school teachers and the EC CBO teachers, and it's only about $200 to $300 roughly as an estimate, since UFT received 3 or 3.25 and then 3.5 step increase, and DC 37 only got 3% and 3.25% increase. As of 2021, CBO teachers and UFT teachers have had about the same salary. We've heard about the city being slow to pay certain things like back pay for CBO teachers, and we hear this from our providers all the time, but their salaries are basically the same. So can you help me understand the gap, if any, if you're for pay parity for our teachers in private providers as well as public school teachers, because the UFT contract has more differentials, and I know that negotiations coming up, but also can you help me understand the status of the back pay that a lot of our providers here cannot pay their teachers unless they take out a loan to pay them because the city has not paid them at all?
So I'll start with the broader point around pay parity to acknowledge that there are gaps between our CBO teachers and public school teachers. Though great progress was made in collective bargaining agreements, particularly in 2019, with the council's support to bring starting wages to parity, we know that there are differences that really widen over time based on teacher experience and longevity, and there are gaps when we look at the hours and days of year that folks work in different settings. So as we continue to expand the system, we know this is something we have to look at closely and work with our partners in labor, work with the council and others to address discrepancies in pay. I'll turn it to Deputy Chancellor on your question about back pay.
Yes, and so as referring to those respective, specifically the DC 37 collective bargaining agreements, they were ratified at different points. And so we've been working really closely with DC 37, Daycare Council, and the actual providers to get information and then disperse the relevant econ items. Most of those economic items, including retro wage increases, have been paid, including ratification bonuses. So I want to also clarify that folks working at the programs are not our employees. We give the money to the actual organization, and then they in turn provide the payment to their staff. And so those payments have been dispersed for the most part. Where there are pending payments, it's because we're working to verify information with the relevant provider organization.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. We'll continue to follow up for CBOs that are still waiting to pay their employees. And overall, if the median wage for teachers of all kinds, especially early childhood education, is $69,000, which is less than the median salary in New York City, what is the plan for this upcoming fiscal year if there is such a big push to have universal childcare to make sure that it's included in next year's budget for fiscal year 27, which is going to be negotiated with the next 7 weeks or so, 7-8 weeks? What is the plan here from the mayoral admin to make sure that we are paying teachers a living wage and that that is going to be how we recruit more teachers, because the numbers that you shared before is way below what I imagine what your targets are for recruitment for those who are currently in the pipeline for our certificates and our higher education. So is this part of your plan? Because that is going to be the number one incentive driver on why somebody chooses to become a teacher in the first place.
So this administration is committed to addressing the gaps in educator pay and disparities across settings. We also recognize that this is going to be a complex and involved process that will require partners in labor, require participation from our provider community, will require us, and we look forward to working closely with you all as we go through that. So we are looking at this now and really invite the further discussion I know we'll have with you as we look at where the biggest gaps are, how those line up for folks in different roles with different credentials, and how we can begin to address this together.
Are there other benefits that are being considered for our early childhood educators, whether they work in public schools or if they work in a CBO? And also for the CBOs themselves, are there discrepancies in the benefits that they receive? Because I hear mixed things from my providers and teachers on what benefits they are allotted if they don't work as part of the Department of Education system.
So there are certainly discrepancies in benefits, and as we look at wages, that's something we have to look at as well. Across the sort of diverse landscape of childcare providers, we have businesses of all different shapes and sizes. Some of them have unionized staff, some of them do not. And so benefits do differ across settings, just as they do across all of the city's small businesses. And there are differences between the DC 37 contract for center-based childcare providers and the UFT contract for early childhood teachers. So as we talk about wages, we have to look at not just wages, but also benefits and where these disparities come up and what impact that's having.
Can you give us some examples of what benefits have disparities?
When we look at health benefits, that varies certainly across different providers, again, because we have childcare providers of all different sizes and scales subject to different city, state, federal requirements for what they have to provide. There are disparities in folks' access to retirement benefits and other similar forms of non-wage compensation.
I guess we all gotta unionize. Okay, I'm gonna pass it back to the chair. I'll come back for questions in the second round.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to start with member questions, and we'll come back because I think as chairs we also have additional questions. First up is Councilmember Brewer, followed by Councilmember Wong for questions, and then yes.
Thank you very much. I guess my question following up on that is just the numbers. Like we know how many DOE early childhood, but just in terms of the other sector that is concerned, as you're talking, people behind you are shaking their heads. Like, you know, we know that this is an issue. Do you have some sense of what that number is of those that aren't up to, it's not the word up to par, but don't have the advantages that the DOE does? Just general numbers.
Yeah, across the city, we estimate between 35,000 and 40,000 people work in
The center-based or
childcare
whatever,
roles.
right?
That's
And nonprofit or whatever.
Yeah, and that's just based on census data. The Controller's Office has done some analysis of it, and independent organizations have looked at it as well. There is no single authoritative number of
Right.
every person in the city who works in childcare because that, again, many folks are self-employed, particularly home-based childcare providers, and so they show up one way in the data. Folks identify as caregivers, childcare workers, educators, preschool teachers, and so
I just worry because those folks obviously want to get to the DOE or to a different paying job, so you could lose a lot of them. That's why they're all shaking their heads behind.
Yes, it's a large, diverse, and very fragmented workforce.
I know.
As the childcare sector is, and so we have
Okay.
to be thinking about how we support folks across the entire sector.
Okay,
ecosystem.
just technology. So do you train just general? I'm talking not just DOE so much, but other caregivers. Because in the past, I've been doing this for about 30, 40 years. In the past, the folks home-based particularly never had either the hardware, the software, anything to be able to communicate with technology. It's all changed. So how do you train for technology in childcare? People have to communicate with the city. They have to communicate with their parents. They have to communicate blah, blah, blah. How does this fit into the discussion and funding?
Sure. So I'll let my colleagues at CUNY jump in with how this fits into their training programs, but just to acknowledge that as we think about what support do childcare providers and educators of all types need across the city, and especially our home-based providers who are going to be critical as we expand 2K and are
Correct.
just an important part of our early childhood ecosystem, we are looking at what are all of the different supports, whether it's business support or other sorts of administrative support. These are folks who got into childcare because they want to educate and care for children, not because they want to fill out detailed data reports. But such is the life, and so we are looking at all of the supports that folks may need.
Even just having internet in the home is enough right there.
Yeah.
Fast internet. It's
Yeah.
not easy. All right, so how are we doing? Is that something that the city picks up cost-wise or?
Well, I think, again, as we talk about the whole sort of ecosystem, there are our sort of independent childcare providers who are not operating necessarily with the city contract, but who we want to make sure as we expand the system we're supporting. And then there are folks who contract with the city. I'll let the Deputy Chancellor speak to
Just an
allowable
example, I had a
expenses, but,
lousy internet in my house, in the kitchen. I couldn't get a goddamn cell phone to work. And then I paid $1,000 for a new internet in my house. That's a lot of money.
Yes, and I think
So
this
I'm just
is-
saying that's what it costs. Otherwise, I couldn't get any connecting.
This is also where, as we think about the work of expanding access to childcare, it takes truly all of city government. For example, we know that in our NYCC developments and in our
Nope.
HPD funded
Walls
affordable
are
housing
too thick.
developments, we have many.
I'm aware of the
home-based-
walls.
Yeah, we've got home-based providers in many of these settings, and so efforts that NYCC is undertaking to expand broadband access in their properties. HPD's work to bring broadband to affordable housing, that benefits home-based childcare providers who are operating in those settings.
I'm aware of Spectrum's deal. That's what it's called, but it's also called Spectrum, both of them. Finally, just after school generally, can you help me with where it is or isn't and how is that being funded? In other words, pre-K, where are we with the after-school issues, just generally? I mean, some do, some don't, et cetera.
Sure. So after school is primarily under the the jurisdiction of DYCD.
I understand
though
that, but you all
of our
work
agencies
together.
We all work together, and I think that as we think about what does truly universal childcare mean, we have to be looking at jobs don't stop at 2:30. We're all still here.
Right.
Parents have to have a safe place for their kids to go. It's also as we're expanding access for our youngest children, we announced last week that the default model for 2K will be a full working day,
Correct.
full year, because we recognize that that's what families need.
And that's included in the HOCO money.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thanks, Councilmember. Always a pleasure. Okay. Councilmember Wong does not have any questions, so I just want to follow up, and I know the chairs have some follow-up questions as well. I just want to make sure that what I was asking regarding the projected recruitment rates is something that we'll have on the record, that we'll have a sense of like what we need. So I highlighted this report, says 5,000 or so new teachers a year. Does that seem accurate? Does that seem like enough?
I'm going to admit that.
Don't overcomplicate it.
No, I was going to say, I know if you're reporting the report, if you're citing the report, I think you are. In a past life, I
yours.
wrote it. So I do stand by the analysis. I would also say that these first 2,000 2K seats we're launching this fall will really give us an opportunity to understand what it looks like to scale the program as we see the dynamics for our individual providers, how many of them do need to hire new teachers, where we're scaling versus converting classrooms, and as we then look ahead to the additional 10,000 seats we'll be launching in the fall of 2027, we'll be able to apply lessons from this first year. So I think in the coming months, we'll have much better insight into this, and we would be happy to share that with the subcommittee and discuss how we're projecting for year 2 and beyond.
Okay, great. That's excellent. That's helpful. And then of the 2,000 seats for 2K, I guess as I know you're in the process of selecting the providers and all that. What are the conversations that you're having with these providers about, like, I don't know. I think people see the announcements and it's all really great. I think the announcement about extended day is also amazing. And so parents are interested, right? And parents are already hitting up council members, even if they're not in one of the selected areas. So how are you talking to providers about, if any of them were under enrolled, like how they're doing? I guess how are we like bracing ourselves for this? There's obviously keen interest. And how are you having those conversations with providers? Like how are you managing expectations?
Yes, I got excited because I think the approach is relatively thoughtful. So we did issue a survey to, for one, just assess interest.
See, another
in partic-
survey.
We lots of surveys. We did one for center-based programs and one for family childcare networks to discern if they wanted to modify their slot configuration.
Okay.
Those that replied and said yes, we absolutely want to leverage this opportunity. My team is calling every single one of them to have a one-on-one conversation to really understand the impact. Saying, do you want to just add a net new classroom? Do you want to convert an underutilized classroom? Are you asking to convert a classroom we know is highly popular? And then having those conversations and then following up in writing to say, this is what we decided. This is what the funding looks like. We want you to make a sound business decision, and then having them round back. And then once we finalize who is ready to participate, we're going to support them with very clear coaching and readiness trainings. And then the kind of the second pathway of the request for information, where we will welcome new networks and new center-based providers, it will run a similar process where we, after we go through their application, evaluate it, and decide if they were selected, then we will have conversations to discuss kind of the scale of seats, and then their interest. But we are really trying to have a one-on-one tailored approach.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And what is let's say in the scenarios where maybe, they do need to recruit another teacher or teaching assistant, and I know it's different, the hiring process, but they will be contracted with the DOE, correct? And what is that average time that it takes for the vetting to get cleared? And do you all anticipate having the capacity in conversation with the city, with DOH, MH as well, to get that done in time for the September launch?
So the Department of Health has been looking closely at this as we plan for expansion, and I know there's another hearing on this very topic next week, and we'll be back
On Wednesday.
Yes, we do feel we are on track to make sure staff are cleared in time for the first day of school. Because
What's the average wait time now?
I can get back to you with that.
Okay. Is it like, it's months though? Let's be honest.
It's not. It's not months. It's really well within.
I think it's months, Amy.
On average, it is not. But I know that, and I hear folks shouting their exceptions to that.
They're gonna come after us, so that's why we have to.
We understood. We will get back to you with the average and what that spread looks like right now.
Okay. Okay. And then, okay. I'm so sorry. Councilmember Felder, you have questions?
I have a lot of questions.
Okay. 5 minutes, brother.
Yeah, but
Go for it.
all of the members that left gave me their time.
No.
No, that's not how it works.
I have it in writing.
Please start his time right now. Let's go.
Okay, thank you very much. That doesn't count. I'm just curious. The information that's been given, I'm delighted that CUNY is here, especially since my mentor, who's sitting in the back from my first stint in the city council, who I don't want to embarrass by name, but you know who it is. And I myself, got my MBA at Baruch, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience. But I'm wondering about the numbers in general. You've been talking about it and giving us a lot of information. I understand that the city budget and the state budget is clearly has a lot to do with CUNY more so than other universities, private universities, and others. But do you have numbers or information that the general information, other than the numbers that you're giving me, giving me and my colleagues at CUNY? And I'm not asking for it now. Instead of you telling me that you'll get back to me with it, if you don't mind sharing it with me, and if my colleagues want it as well. I think, all the variety of questions that have been posed that make sense. If that would be, I think that would be helpful. So that was a statement, not a question. Then earlier, somebody brought up the possibility of giving, either free college or similar things like that. That type of program sounds wonderful. Would there, I don't know if it exists or not, but obviously that would come along with some sort of agreement that they commit to spending X number of years doing whatever it is that you expect them to do. That's also a statement, so I'm assuming you agree, unless somebody at that table, just remember, I'm the only one left at this table. Yeah. Unless somebody there disagrees, I'm assuming that's the way it works, that you give them a free which is good. And then, you know, they have to agree to remain in the, you know, in that field for X number of years. Statement.
Just one clarification on that. So,
Please.
the New York City, or the Excelsior Scholarship, which is free 4-year tuition for in-state folks, that does have a residency requirement upon completion. We'll have to get back to you about CUNY Reconnect, whether or not there's a
Residency.
or a requirement to stay in the state or stay in the profession.
I'm not talking about staying in the state. I mean, they can live on the moon. I don't care. What I'm talking about is in the profession that you're you know, trying to fill. That's all.
We'll get back to you on that requirement for Reconnect.
Thank you. And then the other I'm not sure how things work. Thank God, you know, our kids are out of the house and they have to deal with their own kids at this point, even though you know, we certainly want them to have an easier time. But is there a split? So I'm just saying I'm not that well versed as my colleagues, some of my colleagues, and you could tell by the color of my beard. In terms of the day itself, is there such a thing as like a split shift, that there are assistants there are assistants that you know, either assistants or teachers that are able to be there a certain amount of time and not the entire day?
So different childcare programs approach their staffing across the day differently. There are certain requirements under the health code depending on the setting, the age of the children, in terms of the qualifications of who needs to be in the room at all times. But programs, particularly those that are running a 10-hour day, will have multiple staff people and may arrange the schedules in a variety of ways.
I just want you to know that they've been running the clock faster for me. It's not only here, it's all over the place. Can I ask the three chairs for one more statement that'll take 30 seconds?
Yes, I suppose.
Thank you. Thank you. I also would like to just know about the special ed. And it's a much longer conversation, but I'm sure many of you are aware that there's been, you know, a lot of issues relating to encouraging private, you know, the payments and other things like that. And it's not something that just started yesterday, and it's not something that this is not about blame. It's very complicated. I would just ask that I had volunteered during the Bloomberg administration, during the de Blasio administration, and on to volunteer to help. And no one has taken me up on it, probably for good reason. But I would very much like to be involved in trying to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I'll pass it to Chair Joseph for additional questions.
Thank you, Chair. I had a quick question. Earlier, you mentioned the 30 schools, the high schools you have in partnership. Can you send the council a list, and can you also tell us which one is focused on education?
We can absolutely follow up with that.
Thank you. So how many new early childhood educators, I know my colleague asked for that, would need to be recruited each year to meet the needs of 2K, 3K, and pre-K services? And how did you arrive at that number?
So I think as we look to launch 2K this fall and then expand beyond that, it's something we're going to be studying closely. This is the first time the city is launching a program for 2-year-olds at this scale, and so we coming in don't have that estimate because we want to continue in our individual engagement with providers, understand what their staffing needs are, and then use that to project for future years.
And how many seats are we launching? 2,000, I believe?
It's 2,000 this fall, and then an additional 10,000 in the fall of 27. So we're serving a total of 12,000 kids in fall.
And how many
2027.
students you have, DC Hawkins, in your early learn division now, which caters to 0 to 2, am I right?
So we no longer call it early learn chair, but yes, we do as part of our infant toddler portfolio, which is part of the birth to 5 and then some additional. There's about, I believe, 10,000 seats, but I can confirm utilization for you in 1 second.
So this is to add on to what already exists. Okay, thank you. What is the outreach on the data management program? What is the data management? And how are you going to look at your data to know where to put seats? And how are you capturing that data? And how are you capturing that data? What mechanism are you using to capture that data?
In terms of where to place 2K seats. So as Deputy Chancellor Hawkins said, we've looked at the existing data we have, which is past enrollment patterns and application patterns in our early childhood programs like 3K and pre-K. As we continue to think about what this will look like to serve younger children, we are also looking at sort of overall licensed childcare capacity in different communities. We will be working across our agency partners to look at factors like birth data and try to better understand what the patterns are. We also no one in government frankly really knows how many families might want to participate in this program. That's not something we've ever comprehensively looked at before. We actually have a survey that's live right now that we launched in partnership with Robin Hood and New America. That'll be the first of its kind and scale survey of families with children under 5 to understand their current childcare usage and what their true needs and preferences would be. And that's going to give us really detailed information for planning purposes about what uptake might look like. And then that'll inform as well how we think about the number of seats we need in different communities.
And where's that survey going to live? How can we get our hands on that survey? And how is it going to be sent out to communities? Is it just going to live in folks who have access to technology, as Council Member Brewer brought it about? Are you going to be in housing? Are you going to be in churches, hair salons, where we know women and families usually frequent, to capture that data?
So the survey is actually live right now. Postcards were sent to thousands of families' homes, and they could, based on that postcard, take
How
the
did you
survey.
identify those families you sent the postcards to?
It was working with research partners, so we can get back to you on the specific methodology.
Because I didn't get
It's
it.
not-
I didn't get a postcard, and I have a child. Though he's not early childhood, but I do have a child.
Yes.
I didn't
It
get
was
a
the
postcard.
postcards were targeted to families with children under 5 based on American Community Survey data and other resources.
You didn't exactly. That's what I'm talking about. He
So
went to
this-
get his
yeah.
hair washed, and he
Okay,
did not
all right.
get a survey.
So the survey, I should say, is not necessarily meant to go to every single parent in the city. We're working with research partners who are building a representative sample of New York City parents. So our goal is to make sure that we have a diverse sample, that we have folks in, for example, in Nycc developments, we had outreach that went out through Nycc's tenant listservs, Nycc's new parents listservs, and other contact lists to make sure we're building a representative sample. So that survey is live now. Once it closes, our research partners are going to do the analysis. The city will not have access to the raw data because we want to protect the confidentiality of folks who responded to it, but we will have access to all of the analysis. We would be happy to share that with you once we have it.
You know, we went down this road before. That's why I'm asking all those questions. The previous admins, we spent $750,000 to tell me where seats were until today. It's been 4 years. I have no data on where those seats are in order to better place those seats for families to find them.
Understood. Yeah. This is a different kind of process. Again, we're just trying to understand for really the first time ever. If you look across different demographics, different household structures, different economics, what kind of childcare are families using today? Are they informal care, or do they have their kids with a relative? What drew them to that kind of care model? How does that differ for their 1-year-old versus their 3-year-old? And then if they had their true preference, if cost were no object, what would be their preference? Because what we really want to understand is, again, as we plan for the scale up of this universal system, how many parents of 2-year-olds want and need full-time care? How many folks want and need care that's offered in the evenings or on weekends? That's something we hear a lot, but we haven't been able to quantify it before. So this is not the end all be all. We then have to match that up with analysis of where are licensed childcare providers in the city, who among them is already working with the city, who is interested in working with the city, where do we need to help incentivize the creation of new childcare capacity. We know we have childcare deserts, then that's particularly true in our lower income communities and for infants and toddlers where we don't have enough licensed care. So we want to, again, look at all of this data together, and then our office is thinking about how can we support aspiring childcare providers in communities that don't have enough care to, if they're currently an informal care provider, become a licensed care provider. If they're a small childcare provider looking to expand, how can we incentivize the creation of more physical space for care and help matchmake between providers and space? So this is, within the scope of the Office of Child Care, we're really thinking about this full picture. How do we make sure we have enough care in the city? How do we make sure that all of the city's childcare programs, whether or not they partner with the city, have what they need to maintain a robust workforce? How are we building the systems and infrastructure so that businesses can sustain and scale? So really thinking about all of this, all of the data points and inputs from the full sector.
What about providers who had to close a particular program in their building because it no longer exists in the city's ecosystem? Are you looking at those providers to reopen some of those spaces up?
As we look at where in the city we need more care, we want to talk with all different folks who've been in the sector and left because it was too challenging. The costs weren't working anymore. Folks, again, who have a small home-based program and are interested in growing that. So we want to really work with and connect with and hear from all different kinds of folks in the space.
What's ongoing costs to do licensed early childhood education providers have to cover to keep their license? Are there resources from the city or state to help cover those costs?
Are you referring to for individual educators?
Yep, and providers.
Okay, so both on the business cost
Yeah.
side and so I will say on the business side, we're currently looking at and working with our partners who work with the Small Business Services Administration to understand all of the different fees and applications and processes that providers as small businesses have to go through. So we'd be happy to come back and share some of those findings with you, but that's something we're looking at closely.
We would love that. And early childhood educators' work is predominantly made up of women, yet studies show that young children benefit academically, socially, and emotionally when exposed educators to different genders, background, and life experiences. Does the Institute support any target mentorship, scholarship programs that make early childhood visible and support a pathway for men as well? I know you have the NYC Men Teach program, but I noticed it's only 600 men. And where are they placed? I know. Tell me about that.
Sure. So NYC Men Teach is administered across 16 campuses. So we have all the CUNY colleges that offer education programs offer NYC Men Teach. And it's meant to support students in the academic programs they're in. So the students choose, but given the expansion in this sector, it will be new work to look at to really engage them on early childhood. But we do know now that we already have students enrolled in early childhood programs who are in NYC Men Teach.
And you're looking to expand from the 600, because on your testimony you said about 600 men are in the program right now?
About 600 men a year.
Men a year. Are you looking to expand?
Our budget is flat.
I know. She said budget is flat, so we need you to add.
But if I may, Chair, some of the work that my team is doing on the workforce development side is also about being intentional about where we go and how we communicate and target our messaging. So there's a lot of stuff we're already doing, right? In addition to NYC Men Teach, which is a phenomenal program.
Yes.
We are out in community, and there is a way that we can encourage male participation in the workforce. One of the things I said the other day when I was at a fatherhood symposium is that there's this misunderstanding that men can't be nurturers.
Right.
And that is untrue. And I think we have to myth bust that and remind folks. I'm looking at many male educators.
The men are looking at you now. Yes.
And I was making my way over to you. But But in a way to do that is by exposing definitely our students early on while they are considering potential professional pathways. So going into high schools and letting them know that this is an option for them too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was referencing in the high school programs. How are we doing that to recruit young men at that age as well?
Right. And one of the things that we're also doing is making sure that we trying to have a more balanced staff. So having coaches and career advisors who are also men. You know, it's predominantly female. I work with mostly women, but we're really making a targeted effort to bring men on staff as well to support that kind of effort.
Thank you. I have one question for the talent office. Does New York City Talent offers any program that support recruitment into early childhood education field?
Yeah, so first
Tell
of
me
all-
about it. I don't want you to feel like you're sitting there. You
No, I know,
we
I-
didn't
I-
ask you no questions. We got you.
No, thank you. I appreciate the question, Chair. And again, just want to underscore that childcare is a workforce development issue, right? We're talking a lot about the challenges of the childcare workforce, but for any type of job, it is hard to keep a job if you don't have childcare, right? And so we're really excited about this whole of government approach that is falling off the table, and many people behind us and across the city who are partnering with this work and the leadership of the mayor and executive director Liz for this work. Specifically, what our office is doing, we are funding right now 2 apprenticeship programs. One is at PDI and one is at the Kennedy Children's Center, which is a nonprofit childhood education center that specifies teaching individuals with or young children with developmental disabilities too. So the special education piece is particularly important there. Apprenticeship is a great model. It's sort of the gold standard, right? It is more accessible and available to low-income New Yorkers because it is paid. It is on-the-job learning. It is the mentorship that we've talked about today that is incredibly important for keeping people in the job. And apprenticeships are good for the employers as well, right? And so at KCC, it's a really interesting model where they are hiring and training and have apprentices for their own staff so that people can grow into different types of roles and stay in the profession, because we know that it's not just about getting people in the door, it's about getting people in the door who want to be doing this incredibly important and incredibly hard work. And so our apprenticeship programs, they're small in scale, but we just wrapped up the first year of a 2-year program, but they're pilots, and so we're really excited about the lessons learned, bringing that back to the folks at this table and the broader team around the city working towards this to see how we can make sure that apprenticeship becomes a model that is helping solve a lot of the challenges that we've discussed today.
Is there someone dedicated on your team just for early childhood education?
So we have an apprenticeship accelerator team. It's a team of 3, and we have 2 contracts for these in the apprenticeship contracts, but we have 8 contracts total that are across a variety of different spaces. Part of our intent around doing this, which contracts that went out last year, is to try to increase apprentices in different types of industries. So we have that in tech, healthcare, and early childcare.
CUNY, how much are you doing for marketing to let the general public know that CUNY offers an array of educational programs?
So we have a comprehensive communications team, both on the CUNY side, but specifically at the Institute, that really focuses on this work. So we are on the socials, we send out newsletters, we do career fairs, both at campuses and in communities. That's probably the main source of things. I will say, even with something like the apprenticeships, we've really been able to utilize the network of folks that we just have on our mailing list and word of mouth through all of our different programs, through Aspire, through Quality Stars New York and the Career Development Centers, which I think has illustrated why we had over 400 applicants for 30 slots with this apprenticeship that we're offering now.
What is the status of the Institute for Early Childhood Work Readiness Program? Do NYC residents participate, and what's normally just a range of?
Yeah, so that project was a precursor to our apprenticeship project. So that really helped us learn a lot of lessons that helped when we applied for funding from NYC Talent. So that is wrapping up, and we were able to support a number of mostly assistant teachers, young people up to the age of 24, to get their CDAs and become assistant teachers, and a couple of folks also to become lead teachers. But that, as I said, that's wrapping up this June.
Thank you. How many students participate in that program?
I have to get back to you with that.
Okay, wonderful. Does the Division of Early Childhood Education at DOE work with the Institute? Is there a partnership here? Because I want to hear partnership.
There is.
Oh, yay.
Yes, we are very thrilled to be working closely with Simone and with the Deputy Chancellor and her colleagues and team. So we have worked with them to provide the credit-bearing CDA in both English and Spanish for family child care folks. We previously worked and provided support for Head Start parents also to get their CDAs. I will give credit where credit is due. The reason that CUNY SPS has a Spanish language CDA program is because of that work. Because when we started doing that work with them, we had a lot of Spanish speakers and we couldn't serve them appropriately. And so that pushed CUNY to create that program. And now we have it up and running. They also support us to help folks to complete their CDA. So we have a lot of folks who have the CDA coursework, but they haven't gone through the whole process to actually earn the credential. So we provide those supports for them. Also to earn teacher certification, just walking them through that teacher certification process, exam preps, et cetera, as you mentioned earlier. And then the transcripts, exactly. So one of the barriers that we have identified, especially recently, is that a lot of folks are coming in with foreign transcripts or diplomas, degrees that need to be not only translated, but also evaluated, utilizing very specific vendors in order to be able to go on to higher education or even for employment. So working with DECE, we've been able to support folks to be able to cover those fees, because that can be $500, $600, which can really be a barrier to someone deciding to move in a direction, even if they want to. So we can cover that cost and they can make that move forward.
So is that a commitment? Are we also looking, I know back in 2009, I was a young teacher. I know we did a lot of international recruitment. Is that something that if we fall short, which I know we won't, is that a possibility that we're looking at?
We're not currently looking at it, but we
yeah, there was
definitely would
a
be
huge
open to it.
influx of international
Well,
teachers that came in 2009. Not anymore. Only K to 12. Yeah. Earlier when we talked about the early childhood apprenticeship, what additional support would you need to expand that program to have more individual? This is the money part.
Our ask is $3 million over 3 years to support 200 additional apprentices.
So, you can't be shy when you come to the council when it comes to money. Pass it along to Councilmember One, Chair One.
Thank you so much, Chair. Joseph, she beat me to it. I was going to have a conversation with Doug, our dear friend who's been patiently waiting. So thank you so much for being here. Does New York City Talent offer any programs to support the recruitment? Sorry if you already said this.
Yeah, so our apprenticeship programs, there are two. We have one at PDI and one at Kennedy Children's Center. And so those programs are funding to support apprentices. They're small in scale, but we're excited about that model to make sure that we can bring those learnings back to the broader group here.
Do you have any private funds dedicated towards early childhood education workforce development that could be referred to for our small businesses who are CBOs?
Right now, our contracts are actually federally funded, so there's no private funding involved in those.
Got it. And I have a few other questions. Can you give me some clarification about how the positions like assistant teachers and whether the admin is committed to pay parity for equivalent of DC 37 and UFT positions beyond teachers?
I think this is something we're going to look at closely, look at all of the different roles in early childhood programs and the gaps in wages as we look towards more equitable wages for all of our staff.
And then for some of the moms who are currently teachers, already early childhood education teachers who want to get back into CUNY Reconnect, right now they can't be full-time students, which prevents them from taking advantage of this program. Has that been reviewed by CUNY at all on how they can get connected to CUNY Reconnect?
I have some great news. CUNY Reconnect that we launched this fall was specifically designed for people ages 25 to 55, and they go part-time. They're required to take up to 15 courses over the course of the year. So this is specifically designed for working adults.
Great, thank you so much. I'm sure there's many people in the audience who are sending me these questions, are very excited to hear that. If community-based organizations, teachers have the same qualifications as a teacher in the Department of Education, why isn't the pay equal and the benefits equal for them outside of the unionization? So that's what people want to know.
I think we acknowledge that there are these gaps, and it's not something that happened overnight. This is a system that has been built for decades on an inequitable foundation, and so I'm not going to sit here and try to defend to you why it's the case, because I don't think that's not a decision anyone up here made. It's not a decision, obviously, any of you made, and it's something that we all have to grapple with together as we build towards a more equitable system. So we're starting from a foundation that does treat people differently based on the setting and they work in, and we have to, over time, as we work with you, as we work with labor, as we work with our non-unionized providers, work to address this.
Okay. I think the A+ for effort in trying to answer the question, but I'm already getting so many text messages about the satisfaction to that answer. I know that it's going to be on another hearing, so tune in for the next one with Chair Gutierrez. And then if we want the CBOs to offer this care and they're operating off of 2021 budget, how are they supposed to stay in business if this budget does not increase?
This is something we're looking at closely right now as well. We recognize that folks have seen rising costs and that the contracts do not have built into them a cost escalator. So we are looking at this and have been in close conversation with many providers to understand how and which of their costs have gone up since 2021, what that looks like, and what steps we could potentially take to address it.
So going back to, we had many questions about the data. We, as a constituent services team, when we try to get our kids services in our neighborhood for what they need, especially for IEPs, what we hear back often from the Department of Education is that therapists simply are not available. So if less kids are getting IEPs as a result, then you're going to have, because less of them qualify for an IEP to begin with, we're going to have less staff justified by that benchmark. In short, the shortage of special education teachers, speech and OT therapists is worse than what the numbers imply in our data if you only look at the kids on the approved waiting list. There are students who never make it to that starting line to begin with. And New York City Public Schools, we really want you to be more open about what's deterring the students from getting those IEPs in between the paperwork. Like, my district has the highest amount of migrant children enrolled in District 30. And when parents who come with second language speakers come and they tell us that they've been given this huge packet to say that this is the paperwork that they have to get and to get evaluated, it's a really, really tough thing for us to even talk to the parents about. So to follow up on this current process for early childhood education, how many students are waiting for the SEIT services to begin?
We will have to get back to you on that one, Chair.
And how many students initiated services are waiting for their evaluations?
We'll have to get back to you. We were not prepared to give you and provide special education specific data today.
Okay, because the reason why we're asking is because, again, this has been brought to our attention that we already have a gap to begin with therapists, OT providers, and other special education trained teachers available in our school system now, and that the number that we're pegging ourselves to say we need X number, that is actually not the actuality, because the number of children who actually need it are not even being counted. So that is the end of my questions.
I actually have a correction. So
Okay,
I do have
sure.
a number for you.
Oh, okay, great.
And so the CPSCs, they've completed over 13,000 IEPs for this school year. And at this time, we believe there are 3,400 more. But noted about outreach and making sure that whatever outreach we conduct is culturally responsive to communities.
That it's in language, and it's very onerous for any working parent to have to navigate the system of 175 pages when you already have a child who has special needs. And I know that there's many people in this room and people who are listening who have just been heartbroken by the treatment of these children in our schools, and also just distraught that we just don't have enough teachers in our workforce. So I hope that we can all work together to make sure that we have proper workforce development and special training for the existing teachers, and to make sure that all these teachers are also have the added support of OTs and therapists and speech therapists and so much more to have a well-rounded, comprehensive care for these children.
Thank you, Chair Wan. And that was one of the biggest worries for me in this as we expand. Where's the workforce coming from? And we know only 63% of our students are getting their related services. And that's why we have an ongoing crisis in the city. It's not a problem, it's a crisis. Where we're paying out services for almost $2.2 billion, if I'm correct, and it's growing. So that's where I have an issue when we decide to expand. Are we looking at the system comprehensively? Can we meet the demand? Because when I came into office in 2022, we had 700 students with special needs who are sitting at home. And that broke my heart. And I got to work really fast. We were able to bring those numbers down. And are we looking at probably building out more AIMS centers into these early childhood centers where maybe DC Hawkins can help me? Maybe we need to start looking at AIMS as well, where everything is embedded in that building. We were successfully able to open one in my district, the first in Central Brooklyn, to serve Black and brown students who had to travel almost 2 hours. This is a 4-year-old. Imagine that, 4-year-old on a bus at 6 a.m. to go downtown to get the services. Right now in our district, they get the services on the spot. So we need to look at different models. It should not be a cookie cutter model in education, and that's what I've said. With bringing over 22 years of experience, I've seen the system inside out, so nobody can fool me or trick me because I know where they are, and then one model cannot work for all communities. So we have to come in and look at it comprehensively and not create cookie cutter models for our communities. Chair Gutierrez, I'm on.
Chair Joseph.
Yes.
As always, thank you so much. And I just want to echo that. I think the previous council, and I'm sure as this council as well, wants to continue to uplift what Chair Joseph has said for a long time, which is turning up the heat on what we know, which is there are children sitting at home. There are parents who are feeling disenchanted with the public school system overall when they cannot find a seat for their child. And when we talk about enrollment as a whole, I mean, I think we all believe that if we get this right, we are going to be able to fill up schools in a way that we just haven't. And so we do have to get it right, and we always have to get every step of it right, which is a lot to do. It's parallel campaigns happening all at the same time, and it's all important. It's pay parity, it's special education seating, it's expanding to universal childcare. But that is our job. I have a couple more questions, and then we're gonna, I think, end the questions. And then, okay, then we have one more question from Councilmember Joseph, and then we'll pass it to the public. I wanted to ask CUNY about the apprenticeship program. I don't know if I missed it, but something that we want to be able to achieve through the legislation that we're discussing today and future conversations is the piece about job placements. Something that I think works super well about the teaching fellows is that there is guaranteed placement. Can you talk me what that looks like?
So what we do in the apprenticeship, so there's a pre-apprenticeship component, but what we're also doing during that time is matching our apprentices, our pre-apprentices to employers. So they are.
And is it nonprofit CBOs or
CBOs?
Okay.
They're CBOs. They're in licensed child care centers.
Okay.
And so what we're doing is really matching, because it's based on location. We don't want apprentices to, have to travel 2 hours to get to their job. So we're looking at those spaces. We're also, wanting to make sure that we're putting folks in where it's a good fit. So of course the apprenticeship host is also a very important part of that process, and interviews our apprenticeship candidates. Then we do a match day to really match them with their apprentice site, and then the apprenticeship begins.
Thank you. And then can I ask, what is the outreach on the data management program Aspire?
Sure. We do a lot of outreach with Aspire and really encourage folks to input their information and utilize the Aspire registry to not only in a leadership role to manage their staff, to look at the professional development needs, their own opportunities for planning their careers and professional development there, so they can really look and monitor that and help to support their staff in that. And then also we have a PD finder, so that they can use to find professional development offerings online, in person, free, with charge, et cetera, all the various, and those are vetted so that they are quality assured through the Aspire registry. And so we do a lot of outreach with folks, and that's one of the things that we do in the career development centers. When they come to us and apply, want to access a scholarship program, we work with them to also create their Aspire profile, because that's really a professional profile that they can then carry with them through the rest of their time as an early childhood professional. I'll just say another functionality of the Aspire registry is that we also have organization accounts. So programs can actually input in their classrooms, their teachers. We don't have child level data in the registry, but we can really see, this program has a 4's classroom, a 3's classroom, and a 2's classroom, and they've got 4 teachers attached, which means they have 2 teachers potentially that they are still hiring for. So that functionality also exists within the registry.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then my last question is for DC Hawkins. I had a question about the $70 million allocation specifically for education services. Can you let me know? I know this funding was associated with 350 new positions.
So first, we have to thank the council for their support in getting us that $70 million.
What a good time when we had money.
And so that $70 million really strengthened our preschool special education process. And so just to be clear, it funded preschool evaluation teams, CPSE administrators, and a pilot of special education itinerant teachers, SEITs. And so for PRAC staff, there are 20 teams, and that actually provided 80 headcount.
80?
Okay. For CPSE, 47 headcount, and that includes admins, directors of inclusions, community coordinators, related service providers. It supports 249. So 212 SKIS providers and 37 itinerants. And then for that SEIT pilot, 10 headcount.
Okay.
And so we're still moving forward. We're, the team specifically, this is being led by Dal. They're still in the process of implementing, but we are making significant progress. So thank you.
That's excellent. Thank you. And the goal was originally 350 new positions?
I believe so, but I can confirm.
No, okay. And so is there any, I think thank you, because you gave it to us by title. Are there any challenges that you want to highlight? Is there any challenges the DOE is facing to hire for these positions?
Not that I'm aware of, but I will definitely confirm with my colleagues and round back if there are any that are, notable to share.
Okay, I'll do them. I'll have to do the math. And Chair Joseph, for her one question.
For my one question, what is New York City's public school plan to ensure that community-based non-for-profit providers are part of the city's early childhood program for infants and toddlers? Additionally, will any prospective investments or procurement process be inclusive of providers supporting children 6 weeks old to 2 years old?
So I'll start with the overall commitment of this administration is to provide universal child care to every child under 5 in a range of different settings with culturally competent care and respected, properly paid educators. The steps we're taking this fall with 2K and the launch of that program is really the first step in this overall vision and goal. And so what we are on a path toward now, with thanks to the governor's commitment of state funds earlier this year, is the 2,000 2K seats we're launching this fall, 12,000 2K seats in the fall of 2027, and access for every 2-year-old in the city whose family would like to participate by the end of the mayor's first term. We are continuing to build toward that vision ultimately of care for all children beginning at 6 weeks, and getting to that goal requires deep partnership and investment in our community-based providers. As we're looking to the launch of 2K this fall, that's a program that really we're building in partnership with community-based organizations and home-based childcare providers, recognizing where the expertise is in caring for our toddlers, recognizing the settings families often choose and prefer for their youngest children, and we'll continue to deepen that partnership as we ultimately look ahead to serving everyone.
And we leave no one behind.
Exactly.
And if I can quickly add, those 10,000 infant toddler seats that I referred to earlier, you know, over 4,000 are in for infants, and then also the remainder are toddlers. But to Emmy's point, the game changer about 2K is all those seats, for the most part, not including those part of the Birth to Two initiative, are means tested. And so that creates a barrier to access. And so, introducing and launching 2K will absolutely be a game changer. But centering that, all of those infant toddler seats are in either a family child care home or a center. And so they are integral to us being successful in not only sustaining and improving those seats, but adding any new ones.
And will there be a series of conversation roundtable with these providers to pick their brains and make them your thought partners, since they are in the weed? They're not. You're sitting. We're in office. We're bureaucrats, right? They're on the ground serving those young people, the children, the babies. Are we having conversation with them to make them your thought partners?
We absolutely are. We're continuing to do that. That's been a big focus. I know a big focus all along for Deputy Chancellor and her team, and there's been many structured conversations specifically around the launch of 2K. My team as well is really focused on engaging directly with providers. We've been really focused in particular on home-based providers, recognizing that these are folks who haven't felt included in all of our city's past expansions. So I will be this evening on Zoom with a couple hundred home-based educators. That's something we're committed to doing on a really regular basis.
And that was one of the biggest things I complained when I was an educator. They want to plan for me, but not with me. So I'm happy that you're taking the step to plan with them and not for them, so they can have an input and help you. They've been doing this work. So thank you all.
Thank you,
That was
Chair.
2 questions?
Thank you. DC Hawkins, I just wanted to confirm from the numbers that you shared with us, those are positions that are filled in every department?
So let me confirm that
Okay.
for you.
No, that's okay. You can let me know. All right. Well, I want to thank all the members, all the chairs. We are going to shift to public testimony. Get a good stretch in, everybody. I'm going to open the hearing for public testimony. Thank you so much to CUNY, to DC Hawkins, to Emmy. Thank you so much, everyone, for testifying. We hope you can stick around for as long as possible to hear from the public. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance slip with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's oversight topic and legislation. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy to the Sergeant at Arms. You can also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. I'm going to call the first panel. We have Anna Rita D. Wentworth, Robert Cordero, Lauren Melodia, Olena Olson, and Betty Baez Melo. Okay, anybody can start.
Okay. Thank you for the chance to discuss the importance of growing the early childhood education workforce to ensure that New York City children have access to high-quality early childhood programs. My name is Betty Baez Mello. I'm an attorney and the Director of Early Childhood Education at Advocates for Children of New York. To proudly serve all children and families seeking to benefit from the city's expanding early childhood programs, the city must be prepared to recruit, retain, and support staff who dedicate themselves to providing safe and nurturing learning environments. We appreciate the Council's efforts to cultivate this vital workforce. It's important to ensure that these efforts include providers that serve young children with disabilities. We regularly hear from concerned families of children who have been evaluated and found eligible for early intervention or preschool special education services, but who wait for weeks and months for services they are promised to help their children learn. When families ask for help, they are often told that there are not enough special education providers or classrooms to serve all the children who need services. At a recent hearing before this council, New York City public school leaders testified that only about 63% of preschoolers with disabilities are receiving all of their related services, and almost a quarter are not receiving any. We also know that about half the children who should be working with a special education teacher are receiving those services, and there are between 100 and 150 children waiting for children with significant disabilities waiting for seats in integrated and special classrooms. Younger children are not faring much better. The most recent data available shows that last year, only 55% of infants and toddlers with developmental delays or disabilities received all of their mandated early intervention services on time. As the city looks for solutions to increase early childhood workforce, it must also address the shortage of special education providers that's causing young children with disabilities to go without the services they need and have a legal right to receive, and that are essential for these children to be included and participate in the city's early childhood programs. Expanding early childhood options has the potential to lead to earlier identification of children with disabilities, resulting in positive outcomes for children and families, but only if we have the early intervention and preschool special education providers available to meet their needs. It's crucial for the supports included in Intro 1656, as well as other early childhood pipeline and workforce development programs to extend to individuals interested in pursuing careers serving young children with disabilities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Betty.
Hi, my name is Anna Rita Pergolizzi Wentworth. I'm the president of Nycc, which stands for New York State Montessori Alliance. It's the state's Montessori advocacy group for educators in schools. We work closely with a national Montessori group called MPPI, which stands for Montessori Public Policy Initiative. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the state's group and to also speak on behalf of Montessori. I am also out in the field. I was the head of school at Battery Park Montessori, a trilingual independent school for 7 years, just down the block on one side, serves 1-year-olds through 5-year-olds. And now I am the head of school at its sister school, Pine Street School, also just down the block, serving 1-year-olds all the way through 8th grade. And we are proudly bilingual, independent Montessori International Baccalaureate School. As you address the early childhood workforce shortage at a time where there is consistent and ample research addressing the importance of early childhood in a human's formation, we urge you to include Montessori education as part of the solution. Montessori-trained teachers are highly specialized in child development, differentiated instruction, and fostering independence, skills that directly support the goals of universal childcare. To strengthen the educator pipeline, we ask for 4 key considerations. First, recognize Montessori credentials within the career ladder so these educators are compensated equitably and schools can access funding. I, on behalf of Nycc, along with Dr. Susan Cambridge, who's here with me today, a member of the group and also head of school at Twin Parks Montessori, are requesting that you recommend that the MACD, education loves its acronyms, Montessori Accreditation Council for Teacher Education, be an approved pathway to qualification. By recognizing a MACD-accredited Montessori credential as a lead teacher qualifier, you immediately unlock a pipeline of highly trained educators who are already in our city but are currently blocked by the regulations. My peer Susan will provide an example in a moment. For what it's worth, many states, currently over 20, already include this pathway. Second, and I know I'm out of time, include Montessori as an eligible model within universal childcare and access for the K-12 continuum, expanding meaningful choice for families, ensure programs regardless of structure, and then finally, allow flexibility for mixed age classrooms by basing capacity on square footage rather than the predominant age, and be mindful how regulations or changes to those regulations, i.e. with regards to permits or licenses, impact a school's ability to operate and adequately compensate its teachers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Robert?
Thank you so much, Chairs Joseph, Gutierrez, and Juan for doing this hearing. It's important. We are in favor of the legislation of the bill. My name is Robert Cordero. I'm the CEO of Grand Street Settlement, based in the Lower East Side, also serving the Bronx and Brooklyn. We're a 110-year-old community-based organization. We were an original Head Start federal grantee coming out of the war on poverty over 60 years ago. And today we are one of the largest providers of community-based childcare in New York City. I'm also a proud Head Start graduate, a social worker, and a former 5th grade public school teacher. I want to start by acknowledging the historic nature of this moment, the mayoral administration's prioritization and the city council of building a truly universal childcare system is ambitious but significant in our history. And the leadership of the city council in advancing this vision has been crucial. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get this right for families today and for future generations. I am not here as a policy expert. I am here as a parent. Children went to universal pre-K, but I'm also here as an early childhood provider. I want to be direct. Universal childcare will only succeed if it works for the community-based and nonprofit providers who make it possible. If we are serious about universal childcare expansion, we need a workforce pipeline that is real and sustainable. Right now, we are asking early childhood educators, many from the very communities we serve, to take on student loan debt to enter a low-paying, high-stress, but mission-focused profession. At the same time, providers like us are struggling every single day with recruitment and retention, competing with higher-paying systems from the public and private sector, managing burnout, and trying to hold on to talented and committed educators who are deeply committed to this work but cannot afford to stay. This is the wrong starting point. We need free tuition, not selective scholarships for early childhood degrees through the City University of New York and the State University of New York, because New Yorkers who want to serve their own communities as early childhood educators should not have to go deeply into debt to do it. If we remove that barrier, we open the door to the very workforce this system depends on and give ourselves a real chance to recruit and retain them. Kudos to the administration's efforts thus far to expand care to 2-year-olds. But let us recognize that for children from 6 weeks to age 2, which we have not really been discussing very much.
Robert, can you wrap up? I'm so sorry.
I will. Nonprofit community-based organizations and family child care centers are the backbone of that system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't like to interrupt people, so please wrap up your thoughts, guys. Thank you.
Okay, hi, my
Do your
name's
best.
Lauren Melodia. I'm a labor economist by trade, and I study the city's labor market broadly and the child care sector specifically. And I want to urge council to think about, with this labor shortage, yes, it's important to think about new entrants into the field, but the top priority right now is retaining and supporting the existing experienced workforce in this field. We've already heard about low wages in the field and pay disparity. I don't need to get into that, but I'm happy to share all of the analysis we've done. The policy that's ultimately needed to incentivize new entrants and retain existing workers is for the city to commit to a career ladder and sector-wide salary scale for all occupations in the field, not just lead teachers, that demonstrates to people that there's real growth opportunities in the field, including for those who have extensive experience but haven't seen the value in obtaining more credentials because it currently translates to little or no increase in wages and benefits. But the real thing I want to highlight today is the importance of establishing a wage subsidy fund here in New York City today. Workers have been demanding this. It has worked in the city's history as well as in other places. When we stabilize the existing workers, we stabilize the field. These subsidies will be most meaningful to the lowest wage workers in the field, who are the family child care providers that, in my study, the median family child care provider has worked for 10 years in the field and is earning $6 per hour today. So that's a lot lower than $69,000 a year. These providers are educators and business owners, and their programs are at risk of closing due to the city's current plan to administer 2K through contracts with network-affiliated providers. I want to highlight that during COVID, one of the most disruptive moments in the city's history, the state had several stabilization funds. And so during the course of COVID, we actually only lost 100 family child care providers. But prior to COVID, when the city launched pre-K and 3K, the city lost 1,300 family child care programs because there was no stabilization put in place to protect these programs that didn't have an easy way to get into the DOE contracted system. So I urge the council to fund a wage subsidy program in this year's budget and to develop a career ladder and sector-wide salary scale that can be incorporated into all city contracts and voucher payments to centers and family child care. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you.
I'll try my 2 minutes.
Do your best.
My name is Alana. I'm educational director of a small preschool in Park Slope, and I had been vocal about our struggles, and I've been repeating the same things over and over. I really don't want to be thanked for our service and dedication verbally while being completely dismissed financially. I don't want to be told that families of the city need us while completely dismissing us, people who provide education for youngest New Yorkers. Are we not families? I no longer can bear hearing that this meeting is not the venue to be addressing financial concerns. I have no answers to questions about financial structure of 2K rollout. We still do not know what is it gonna, like, how is it gonna look like? I had been waiting to hear in my, it's my personal case, from DECE about being able to add 10 more pre-K seats to my current chopped 10-seat classroom for next year since November. And last answer was that a few weeks ago, the team is reviewing requests from programs citywide, including those from priority 3K zip codes and 2K districts, and that approvals will be based on the need for services and availability and funding. And then the next thing I know, we're receiving an email from DECE about opening of new centers, adding new seats, and an ask to distribute family ladders to our families while my families are waiting to find out if they will stay in my program for the next year. Please stop calling us in your current campaign free childcare, and please review the current salaries of CBO teachers to even out disparities. This would be the true and heartfelt thank you to all of us. From the notes of all the conversation that happened before me, if you want to attract the workforce, there are 3 ways. It has to be the scholarship or lowering their qualification or pay what must be paid. Student teaching, if you want to shorten the amount of time that, like, to get people into the workforce faster. People who are already teaching, why do they need to be student teaching on top of working already in the classroom? Leadership support, I would need more. Who do you go to when you really need support, when you have financial issues, when you have kids with disabilities who are not being evaluated fast enough? Working with our current providers statement, not really. It's been a lot of work happened with the families. A few meetings that I had attended, that was not it.
Elena, can you please wrap up, Elena?
And lastly, please do not bring 6 weeks old children to daycares. They need their moms. That would be the last one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions? No questions?
No, I have a quick question for Advocates for Children. So you heard me reference that same number, 63%. So what's happening to the 24.4% that you mentioned in your testimony?
The 24.4% refers to the number of preschool students with disabilities who at the time of New York City Public Schools testified were not receiving any of their mandated services. So that includes things like speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, these services that children need to learn to communicate, to hold a pencil, to be able to follow instructions. Those children are not receiving any of those services. Some of them may be participating in 3K and pre-K programs. Some may be sitting at home.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Calling the next panel up, Adelo Ramirez, Anna Success, sorry if I mispronounced that, Tsering Dickey, Susan Cambridge, and Laura Kriakow. I'm sorry if I mispronounced. And anybody can start as soon as y'all are ready. Yeah, you can start. Whoever wants to start.
Good afternoon, Chair and all. I am Adela Ramirez, and I am here to advocate for the implementation of financial literacy workbook across all middle and high schools. This is not just about teaching numbers, it's about building habits that will shape the future of our youth. Our
Adelo, I'm so sorry.
workforce-
Is this about the hearing topic today or the legislation that we're hearing?
Topic today, child.
Early childhood education.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My apologies.
Okay, sorry. It's about building habits in the future of our youth, our workforce, and our communities. Right now, many teens reach adulthood without knowing how to manage money. There is no salary big enough if young adults does not know how to manage it. When students leave high school without these skills, they often fall into financial stress, debt, and long-term government dependency, not because they lack potential, but because no one taught them the basics early enough. This workbook is designed to involve students, parents, teachers together. When families learn the same financial language, everyone benefits. Teachers gain a structured tool that supports real-life learning with their own salaries. Parents gain clarity and confidence, and students begin building the habits that will carry them into adulthood. We often hear proposals for free bus rides and free colleges. These efforts are meant to help, but they are the equivalent of giving someone a fish. Financial literacy is how we teach the next generation how to fish, how to budget, how to save, how to plan, and how to avoid the traps that lead to lifelong financial struggles. If we want a stronger workforce, stronger families, and stronger communities, we must start early. Middle and high schools are the years when habits are formed. If we give students the tools now, they will need to rely on government support later. They won't need, sorry.
Did you?
So,
It's okay. You can submit your testimony if you have more online.
okay, no, bottom line is if we start early from daycare, we could continue moving forward with education on finances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lara, do you want to go next? And then we'll just go down.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs. Thank you so much for holding this hearing and your continued dedication to this issue. I am Lara Kiriakou. I'm the Director of Policy at All Our Kin. We're a national organization that provides educational mentorship, professional development, and system building support to family child care educators. In New York, we offer bilingual services of licensing coaching, business series, educational coaching, leadership coaching to hundreds of family child care educators at no cost to them, primarily in the Bronx, although not exclusively. Just for a little bit of very quick baseline setting, for those who might not be as familiar with family child care, it's a licensed program of care in a person's home. And parents also often speak about the long-term bonds that they find and develop with their educators. Often there's families that will provide care over across multiple generations. We are encouraged by recent historic commitments from the mayor and the governor, and yet we are also anxiously awaiting new increased investments and new policies that support and nurture the childcare workforce. In particular, as has been mentioned many times today, I will just briefly echo the need for livable wages and comprehensive benefits. My colleague Lauren Melodia, who just went in the panel before, as she echoed, the $6 to $8 an hour is for family childcare providers who own their own home, or rent their own business, rent and own their own homes. And so that $6 to $8 is after all of the other costs for the month have been paid. A large majority also do not have health insurance. Many qualify for Medicaid and SNAP, and on average work about 70 hours a week. The second thing that I just want to briefly highlight that I'm happy to discuss further is encouraging licensing and inspection to be fully inclusive of all modalities of care. This would really support the workforce. To have inspectors who are well-versed in home-based settings, who are culturally responsive, and who are developmentally appropriate given the age-appropriate fears of young children and strangers when they come to visit and inspect homes. Lastly, I'll just also say that encouraging professional development and continuing education is important as long as we continue to increase access, awareness, and financial assistance opportunities. I'll have more in my written testimony. Thank you.
Please submit. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anna Success, and I am a pre-K teacher in my 25th year of teaching. I'm a graduate of NYU and Hunter. Because of the one simple fact that I work at a non-union center-based school, I am paid less after 25 years than a first-year DOE teacher. I get health care through the marketplace, and I have no pension plan. I am also a mother to 2 teenage daughters, as well as a native New Yorker. My voice today is not my own, but that of every single teacher in this city who is being paid far less than what they are worth. We have seen expansions like this in the past. We've attended rallies and hearings in the past. The DOE pours millions into brand new shiny buildings and administrative positions. We, the center-based teachers, showing up every day, pouring our hearts and souls into our precious young students, continue to be forgotten. Our school has seen generations within the same family attend in our school's 75-year lifespan. In Astoria, by the way. Why don't our decades of experience count? Costs have risen drastically, and we can't tread water for another 2 years. We have our own families. We want to provide the very best for our own children. We deserve the same pay, the same health care plans, and the same pension. We are at the point where we sound like a broken record. There's only one right way to proceed: pay CBO teachers and staff equally and fairly. We are living in the same city, doing the same job with the same New York City children. It is time to act. While I understand my concerns are not the primary focus for today, I implore all elected officials here today to take care of the CBO teachers who are in this profession currently. We are suffering. And lastly, 5 seconds. I just wanted to add, when I had migrants in my class that did not speak a word of English, I spent most of my day on Google Translate. I had no support from the DOE at all, none. And we don't have Spanish-speaking teachers in our school. We only have 5 teachers in our school. And my last point, I don't think that a 12-to-2 ratio for 2-year-olds is safe. I think it's extremely unsafe. I think that we need less students and more teachers, especially with diaper changes. Thank you. Thank you so
Anna.
much.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Honorable chairs and members of committee, good afternoon. My name is Sering Digi, and I am the founder and executive director of the Digi Daycare Group. Since 2005, we have been operating, and now we have 5 early childhood centers across New York City. I'm here today to speak about the urgent challenges facing the early childhood educator workforce. First, we must address the pay disparity between the Department of Education and those working in the community-based organization. We do the same work, serve the same children, and meet the same standard, yet CBO educators are paid significantly less. This is not sustainable, and it is driving experienced teachers out of the field and creating constant staffing instability in the communities that need the consistency the most. Second, we need more inclusive and flexible qualification pathways. Current requirements such as mandatory high school diplomas for all staff can unintentionally exclude immigrants and dedicated caregivers with the years of experience. And these individuals brings culture, understanding, commitment, and real-world skills that our classroom depend on. We must create a pathways that recognize experience while supporting the professional growth. And third, we must invest more in early childhood special education. Educators are increasingly supporting children with complex developmental and behavioral needs. But without adequate trainings and resources, this leads burnout and higher turnover. Without proper support, we are failing both educators and the children who rely on them. In closing, I urge Council to take action to ensure pay parity, create inclusive workforce pathways, and invest in training and special education support. Supporting the early childhood workforce is essential to the future of our children, our communities. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you so much for hearing me today. Hello, I'm Dr. Susan Cambrick. I'm Executive Director of Twin Parks Montessori, an early childhood program on the Upper West Side. We have 450 children on 3 campuses, which include 2 pre-K for all programs and 66 children. We have 130 teachers and staff, and while we operate as a school, we function for most of our families as a daycare. Families need schools like ours to be able to live and work in our city. The current rules are causing a staffing crisis. New York City Article 47 programs and schools are losing talented, dedicated teachers to other industries because of the New York City Department of Health's rigid requirements. We have many teachers who work at Twin Parks who began as assistant teachers and have bachelor's degrees in other areas like art history, music, phys ed, economics, engineering. Last year, we even had a lawyer. To become a Montessori teacher, teachers must successfully complete a comprehensive MACD Montessori teacher education program. Right now in New York City, a person with a bachelor's degree in something, for example, like history, and the added Montessori early childhood credential cannot be a lead teacher for a preschool group in a New York City daycare. We have talented and well-educated candidates that would be outstanding lead teachers if the pathway were there. So with Montessori, but also other pathways, I think should be considered. In the fall, I was very excited to learn that the flexibility for group teachers was implemented to make staffing easier. Group teachers with infant or toddler qualifications could lead preschool classes for 2-year-old students. But after issuing that, it was added that if children turned 3 during the school year, they would need to be taught by preschool qualified group teachers. So we established our classrooms in September with teaching teams, and we like to keep our classroom cohort with teachers and children together until June. When we enroll 2-year-olds, they definitely will turn 3 by the end of the year. We respectfully request that you recommend that new regulations from DOH would allow these children to complete the school year with their teachers. We are governed by the Department of Health, so the focus is on health and safety, not on educational quality. Although we are classified as a daycare, we are a daycare, and we run like a school. Having classroom communities stay together throughout the school year is better for the education of our children. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you all so much. And if you have written testimony, please feel free to drop it with the Sergeant at Arms. Thank you all so much. Calling the next panel up, we have Joyce McClammy, Angeli Desai, Greg Morris, Gregory Brender, and Stamo Karalazaridis. I'm sorry. It's too much Greg energy right here. Separate it, you guys. And once again, I am sorry for mispronouncing anyone's name. My apologies. Anybody can start.
Good afternoon. Thank you, chairs, for hosting this hearing. We've been around this several times. Pay parity is a must. We have credentials just as DOE has. So why can't we get the pay that we deserve? Another issue that I wanted to bring about too. I know that there are some CBOs that have direct leases. There are buildings, I know of 3 that's in the Bronx that have direct leases. And I inquired about those buildings because if you're fighting and you're struggling in your CBO and these buildings are sitting unoccupied where you're paying rent and everything trying to survive, those buildings should be utilized. You're paying the rent for them. They should be utilized. And that's a must. You're wasting money on that. And if we're trying to make sure that people, our workers are taken care of, then if we make sure that they have a place that they can go to work, parents can bring their kids to a safe place. Use these buildings where we're not struggling to pay the rent, struggling to pay Con Ed, struggling to pay our staff. It doesn't make sense. And I just think that it's a big waste. And another thing is with the background checks, it takes 3 to 6 months to get those clearings. And then a lot of times the person that has applied for the job, they've gone somewhere else.
They
you
gave
come
up.
and you work in a daycare. If you once you get your certification, you're going to DOE because they make them more money. So I think that it's something that we need to address, and we need to take care of it immediately.
Thank you, Ms. Joyce. Yes, of course. Gregory?
Thank you so much, and thank you to this amazing, powerful bunch of chairs who have always been part of the fight. And I think, as so many people have said, and I think it's important to reiterate, this is a historic time for early childhood education with crucial expansions, and it is the time to get it right. Starting with salary parity.
Yes.
As we've talked about, while there has been some progress made over time, particularly with the leadership of the City Council, the disparities, particularly for longevity, are really extreme, and that is at the heart of our staffing crisis. And the staffing crisis in early childhood centers is real, and as well as in family-based programs, and we are seeing reduced capacity and closed classrooms because of the staffing crisis. So the first and most important recommendation is to achieve salary parity now in this budget and at this time of this expansion. Salary parity, we believe, should include establishing a defined career ladder, setting a minimum wage for childcare workers, and working to address the existing disparities. I also have in our testimony, which will go into more detail, some of the recommendations of other key ways to support building a pipeline, including establishing a wage fund, providing universal health care coverage for childcare workers, expanding access to pension plans, providing housing support, creating career exposure and dual enrollment training programs, and launching a city-funded apprenticeship program. Similarly, we urge the city and state to work together to speed up the background check process, which I know you're going to have a hearing on next week, building out new credentialing models to diversify the workforce, and finding ways to ensure that you can actualize substitute teacher pools in New York City. Finally, in order to support the workforce, we do need to support the organizations that maintain early childhood education. And in order to achieve those recommendations, we urge the city to implement cost escalators in childcare contracts, ensure on-time payments, and hold providers harmless from enrollment-based penalties while NYCPS controls enrollment. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to the work together.
It's an extensive testimony. Please make sure we have it digitally when you can. Thank you. Thank you so much for testifying.
Chairs, thanks so much for making this time. I'm Greg Morris, CEO of the New York City Employment and Training Coalition. Sitting next to a Greg is always a value to me. And it just so happens that today, the New York City Employment and Training Coalition and the Daycare Council put out a statement championing this particular hearing because of the value of this particular workforce. To take a quick step back, I simply want to say that the early childhood workforce conversation should really be understood within the context of our labor market and economic development strategies in this city right now. Across sectors, and you could have the same conversation when we talk about healthcare, infrastructure, public service, we're seeing consistent patterns: vacancies, fragmented training system, and underutilized talent. This is why NYCTC has consistently advanced the position that workforce development constitutes core economic infrastructure. If it is the mechanism through which public investments translate into employment, wages, mobility outcomes, it's also central to an affordability agenda. Without access to stable, well-compensated employment, cost of living interventions alone are insufficient. The question is whether or not we want to make the commitment as a city right now to this institutional alignment. And at this point, I simply want to say to this council, because I submitted my testimony separately, you have talked more about workforce development since January than I have heard at any point in time in my career in New York City. That is literally thrilling. And that is the beginning step towards ensuring that we are creating pathways for the early childhood education set, for healthcare workers, for our educators, for public service, et cetera, throughout the course of the city. The last note to make is this, and you know this well, so I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Unless we modernize the administration systems that ensure that contract payments are made, you are just continually putting the people we represent, the providers we represent, at a disadvantage. Last note to make as time goes is that summer youth employment remains the one investment this city makes in workforce development consistently year after year. There is your pathway to your future workforce.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angeli Desai. I'm the CEO of Friends of Crown Heights. We currently have both center-based programs and a family childcare network. With having the visibility of both programs, it shows some of the disparities that we have within the city, from family childcare providers not being paid adequately to staffing pattern issues, not only in our CBOs, but also within the family childcare programs. With that, CUNY and SUNY are doing phenomenal work on the ground. We need to do better. Looking at when we have student teachers, the student teachers, for them to go into the DOE, all it requires is a fingerprinting process. That is done over a week or two. For our CBO process, it requires individuals have to have an SCR clearance. We have to get the fingerprinting clearance. We have to get the medical clearance. We have to get additional clearances that take up, as someone mentioned, 3 to 6 months. If we're looking to build a pipeline, that pipeline has to be a process where both the DOE and the DOHMH, because we are beholden to both entities, can speak together and decide what is best. Because we have individuals who are expressing interest in wanting to work in CBOs, but CUNY and SUNY are not promoting those CBOs, because when they have the job fairs, guess who's there?
That's right,
The DOE. So individuals that are going into early childhood education are only being they're shown this vision of the Department of Education as an early childhood provider to families, and forgetting the sector that provides 50 to 60% of the 3K and the pre-K classrooms are in community-based organizations. With that, we have to figure out a system that works best, because as we're looking to expand with 2K, we've had the experience of the DOE taking over pre-K 15 years ago, 20 years ago. We've lost students. We've had also the 3K. When the DOE have the classrooms, they may have 1 3-year-old classroom in a building and 2 pre-K classrooms. We're the one that's housing 60 to 70% of the 3K and pre-K students, and we just have to do better.
Thank you, Anjali. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gutierrez and members of the subcommittee. My name is Stamo Carol Lazaridis, and I'm the first Vice President of the Council of School Supervisors and Administrators, representing nearly 18,000 in-service and retired school-based leaders across New York City, including early childhood directors in both DOE buildings and CBO-based centers. I'm here today on behalf of our President, Henry Rubio, and our CSA leadership team. We appreciate the Council's continued focus on early childhood education and on the workforce and development. We believe that workforce development in this sector is not just a pipeline issue, it is fundamentally a stability issue. Right now, the system is working to recruit new educators while struggling to retain the ones it already has. According to the Daycare Council's workforce report produced a few months ago, New York City would need approximately 30,000 additional workers to support a truly universal birth to 5 system. And even today, the system needs about 5,000 new educators each year just to replace those who leave. It is not simply a recruitment challenge. It reflects a system that cannot consistently hold on to its workforce. Families experience this instability directly when a child's teacher leaves mid-year, when classrooms are reshuffled, when trusted relationships are disrupted. For young children, those relationships are the foundation of learning, trust, and emotional development. If we focus only on expanding the pipeline, we risk a cycle where new educators enter a field only to replace those who leave. A workforce pipeline can only function effectively if the system it feeds into is stable. From our perspective, that stability is shaped by three core conditions: compensation, funding stability, and payment reliability. When there is a lack of pay parity between CBO based educators and their DOE counterparts, to your point, educators and leaders cannot sustain long term careers in the field. When funding fluctuates with enrollment, programs are forced to make staffing decisions based on uncertainty rather than need. And when reimbursement processes are delayed, providers face real challenges in meeting payroll and maintaining staffing levels. We also want to emphasize the critical role of program leadership. Early childhood directors are
Samos, can you please
responsible
wrap up?
not only for
Thank you.
operations, but for recruiting, supporting, and retaining staff. In high turnover environment, they are the primary source of stability for both educators and families.
Thank you.
Strengthening leadership capacity must be part of any serious
Thank you.
workforce strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, of course. I have some questions and Chair Joseph as well. So, Chair?
I wanted to know what is driving the low wages for our workers, and when is the next negotiation, and how do we bring that pay parity up? I know we did that for special education with the 4410. How do we get the other workforce to also meet that moment?
There's a number of factors, and I think one of the key ones is just the level of disrespect and not understanding the value of the early childhood workforce. This is a workforce that has always been primarily women and primarily women of color, and there is just a long history of not valuing and not paying this workforce fairly, and that has continued to this day. The current collective bargaining agreement expires in 2028. However, the city can move now to increase salaries. The salaries are determined by what amount the city is paying to its contractors. Contractors like the folks who've testified here today cannot pay any more than what the city puts into their contracts. And so those contracts can be amended if the city puts more funding in, which is in fact they have done in 2019. When there was not at a period where the collective bargaining had expired. There was just an understanding that with the expansion of 3K, there was a need to increase salaries for the workforce. So it is something that can be achieved through a city budget process and through an investment from the city.
Go ahead, Joyce.
I just like to add that it's been so long since daycare workers have had an increase. I know in 2012, we didn't get one brown penny. Bloomberg took everything that we had from us, and we didn't get a raise. We just got this rate. We ratified our contract in 2024, and some of our CBOs are still waiting for their retro money. We have not all gotten our money. So it's been a long time. If everything else is going up and our salary is not going up, then how can we survive?
One quick thing. When we look at salary between a CBO employee and their counterpart within the DOE's floor is our ceiling. So if we just think of it like that, where the DOE is starting for a teacher, that is the maximum amount we can offer, whether we're unionized or not, based on the contract. So there is that disparity already there. Primarily, as everyone knows, it's women and women of color, and there's a blatant disrespect. But we have individuals have the same credentialing counterparts within the DOE. As many of our CBO counterparts here, our salary in our lifetime, we're out millions of dollars. It's doing it because we have that bond with the community. There is that need as parents. When you come in and you have your 6-week-old or 6-month-old in a program, that they can stay there from day one until they age out into kindergarten, into the bigger DOE public school system. That's what you're looking for. That's what families are looking for. But it comes back to a blatant disrespect with or without the same credentials. So the individuals that have the same credentials, we cannot have count some of our teachers. They've been in CBOs for 15, 20 years. A DOE teacher, after 20 years and you retire, you have a very nice pension. You have you can retire in peace. For a CBO teacher who has worked for 20, 30 years, you're looking, am I going to qualify for subsidy for healthcare? Am I going to qualify for food stamps, right? Am I going to qualify for housing assistance? Because this is something they have been working in a system that does not respect them and does not respect the job that they're doing. And many of our CBO teachers are looked at as babysitters. So it's having that where there is a respect, but it also has to be matched with the finances.
What is the CBO starting salary, just for the record?
For a group teacher, a master's certified group teacher, it's $68,000. After 5 years, DOE might be up at 82, 84, if anyone has the exact figures.
I had 76 to 85,000 DOE after 5 years.
And this,
CBO directors who usually teach approximately 5 years before becoming directors make that starting salary as a beginner director starting spring 2026 as New York City teachers make with 5 years experience. So to your point, a director might look at a New York City DOE school and prefer to be a teacher and retire in 25 years with all the benefits, et cetera, and make the same, if not more, especially if they have masters plus 30 compared to becoming a CBO director.
and all the experts on the table, how do we close that gap?
Salary.
Money.
Hey, I gotta get.
We gotta find the money. We gotta find it.
Yeah, we need more money. Pay parity, yes. And I know for my thing is we go to Albany every year before the budget is done. Money is put into early childhood, but it doesn't trickle down to the CBOs.
Yeah.
It goes to DOE mainly. It doesn't come to us. So that's another reason that our salaries are so low, because we don't get the funding like we should.
Greg and Greg, y'all want to weigh in?
I would just say the important thing to remember, especially as it relates to community-based organizations and the nonprofit sector and the human services, social services space, is that city government relies on them to serve the community. And I would argue, in many cases, the ability to serve on the ground in the field, as someone who started as a practitioner 30 years ago, signing kids up for jobs through the Summer Youth Employment Program, reminds me how critical that investment and that connection is. The reality, though, is if the human services sector decided tomorrow to say, we're not going to accept any contracts that are not paying our people what they deserve to be paid, this city would literally spin off the rails. It's the nonprofit, human services, community-based organizations that are not just the structural backbone of the city. You could also argue it's the economic backbone of the city. And I think there is a bit of a reckoning coming for the human services, social services, community-based organization space to say, if this administration wants to achieve its objectives, you have to hold us to the same standard and expectation that you are holding others to. And in doing so, you have to compensate us appropriately. And if not, well, what if then the sector turns its back? What will that do? And I think that's a consequence that this city does not want. I don't think this administration wants. And I know you, as thoughtful, dynamic leaders, do not want that either. The reality is the nonprofit human services folks can't eat either.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Juan has questions.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and volunteering your time to be here. Can you help me understand? I know that the team that was here testifying from the agencies, the implication to me of what was implied was, it sounds like the fastest solution is to unionize all the CBOs. So I think it'll be okay. So I already see you shaking your heads. So can you help me understand, one, like, what has the process been like? Have you been encouraged to have your staff unionize? Like, what does that mean for you as a small business owner? And what is the alternative in that you would propose back to the city? And I know that the director has been kind enough to stay, and I'm pretty sure I saw DC Hawkins was here for a while. So, you know, everyone's listening, so I think we need that feedback.
So, funny enough, we are a union shop, and it's still the salary. And
she's the union rep,
for
yeah.
our directors, CSA, and local 205 for our teaching staff, it's still the same thing. So, union or non-union, individuals who are not unionized, they may have it worse off because it would just be minimum wage if you look at it, right? Union shops, we have guidance, we have salary that we have to kind of adhere to, pension, there's certain additional benefits with medical and staff members that being compensated for as part of your contract. For individuals that are not unionized, they have it worse off. However, when we're looking at just credentials, if you're going into any other space, you walk in with your resume and you put your credentials down, and the salary should reflect that. But in this scenario, it does not.
So we represent CSA principals and directors, assistant principals, EA, supervisors of, et cetera, across the city of New York. Just to put it in perspective, when I gave you the comparison before, because we asked about teacher salaries, I compared a director with 5 years approximately experience compared to a New York City teacher. But the director is not a teacher. The director is a principal, basically. That's a principal role. They supervise the building, all the teachers, all the assistants. They make sure that all the children are not only safe, but they're learning. They are, in essence, doing the work of a principal. And the pay parity is an issue. The discrepancy is huge. And I'm just going to give you a scenario. A New York City principal begins at $174,500 approximately, compared to 84.5 CBO director. There's a huge disparity. And we have fairly new contracts with our DOE administrators, and we just ratified this contract last year, approximately a year ago. Before that, they didn't have a contract for 20 years. They were working since 2020, for 5 years, they were working under their old contract. And as stated before, they're all getting their ratification. They got their ratification monies. They got their retroactive pay. They just got their retroactive pay this February, most, if not all of our members by now. It is taking long. The pay parity is real. We've taken steps to get there sooner than later, but we're not close enough. And as we see every day, the cost of living is just getting higher and higher in the city of New York. Our mayor sees that. Our mayor wants our families in New York City to have free childcare so that they can work. But how about the people who are working in these centers who are taking care of the families? They need to be able to take care of their families too. So we're all here asking for you to look at them as citizens of New York City too, people who do right by our children in the future of New York City, and let's do right by them.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I just want to add one additional point. Yesterday, same hallway, hearing room on Civil Service and Labor Committee had a hearing. At that hearing, the topic of early childhood education programs and services came up. And it was the union folks that were in the room talking about the specific challenge related to reskilling and continuing to offer training, coaching, guiding, and support to folks who have jobs right now. So I want to flag that, because when I started my testimony, it was about taking a step back to say we are genuinely in a position where there are persistent vacancies, there's underpayments, there's a challenge related to the administration of contracting, there's fragmented training, and there's the underutilization of talent that's both ready to be able to grow, expand, as well as new talent that wants to join the scene. So I just want to sort of frame that from the perspective of the union piece is critical, and we need to be in the same room, higher ed, the union shops, labor, non-labor, philanthropy, as well as community-based organizations need to sit together to strategize on all of this. But not one solution exists to make it clear, obvious. And that hearing yesterday made it very clear to me that they're having their own challenges specific to training their particular talent. And I just want to highlight that.
Thank you all. And we do have to keep going, but I just have one question for Gregory Brendas from Daycare Council. You mentioned in your testimony data, and I know that we heard from the administration that it's difficult to attain all sorts of data. Can you share with us what data the Daycare Council has?
Sure. I'll share some of the reports, but a few of the pieces. In 2023, we conducted a survey, interviewed more than 250 childcare centers. 83% of centers reported dealing with staff vacancies. Our research also demonstrated that 68.3% of centers had one staff member with more than 10 years experience. 51.9% of centers reported that on average newly hired teachers quit within 5 years. We also cite some data statewide from the Empire State Campaign for Childcare, finding that there were 776 classrooms in community-based organizations closed due to understaffing. Some other key pieces of data are around the differentials between lifetime earnings in a CBO versus a comparable position in a public school. For a director versus a principal, it's a lifetime difference of about $1.7 million over a 25-year career. And for a certified teacher in a community-based organization versus a certified teacher in a public school, over a 25-year career, it's over a $700,000 loss in earnings. A report that, as the director mentioned, in her previous life, she authored and led research on. So we thank her for that great report, as well as many of the great work she's done, had indicated that we would need at least 30,000 new new staff members, which is a near doubling of the system of about 36,000 us current staff members, with a rate of loss of about 5,000 per year.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you all so much for your testimonies. I'm going to call up the next panel. I'd like to call up Paula Magnus, Emmanuel Nori, Nora Moran, Karen Tingley, and Jenny Veloz.
All right. Hi, my name is Nora Moran. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at United Neighborhood Houses. We represent New York City's settlement houses, who are some of the earliest early childhood education providers in the city. My written testimony goes into more detail. I'm going to echo a lot of what the previous panel and other panels have shared, just around, if we're really thinking about building a pipeline, we really can't talk about a workforce pipeline if we don't address the underlying wage issues across the board. That's things like getting back to the path to parity that was started in 2019 for center-based workers, things like looking at a pay scale that Lauren Melodia had referenced and how important that's going to be, to really also help people who are in the field now, want to gain extra credentials and stay in the field. We hear from our network all the time, who run both center-based programs and family child care programs, or family child care networks, about how hard it is to retain workers in this field. We did a survey of our network 2 years ago. Almost half of respondents, 2/3 of respondents said they had vacant positions. Half of those said those positions sit vacant for 6 months or more. These are some of the hardest roles for them to fill. And really addressing the underlying wage issues is, what we feel will be important to both stop the churn of people who are in the field now going to the DOE, because that is their biggest competitor, to keep people in the field, and then also incentivize new folks to come in. Second, it's important to just recognize all this stuff sits within an ecosystem. If we're not doing clearances quickly, someone is not going to wait 2 months to get fingerprinted to be cleared to work in a program. They're going to go find another job. So that's another important component of this. And the last thing I'll say, someone mentioned DYCD. We have settlement houses who are using private funds to look at some of their DYCD programs like Cornerstones, Beacons, SYP to create tracks in those around education, child-focused programs, youth development. That's, if the city is really thinking about a pipeline, we encourage them to look at their existing resources to think about how to use those better rather than create something new. People are already doing this work. It just needs to be coordinated and scaled and things like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Nora.
Hi, and good afternoon. Thank you, Chairs Gutierrez, Joseph, and Juan, and committee members for holding today's hearing. My name is Jenny Velos, and I am a policy associate at Citizens Committee for Children of New York. And I'm going to echo and reiterate a lot of what everyone else has testified to. One of the greatest threats facing the sustainability of New York City's ECE system is longstanding inequities in compensation for the childcare workforce. Teachers, staff, directors, and providers in both center and home-based programs are the backbone of the ECE system, majority of whom are women and women of color, and who on average earn about less than other workforces in New York City. And also reiterating what Lauren Melodia says, that family child care providers can earn as less as $6 to $7 an hour after all of their expenses are paid. Now, this results in high turnover and staff shortages as providers seek higher paying jobs in the public school system. The inability to retain staff, many providers are forced to close classrooms and in some instances, their businesses. These closures leave families without a vital infrastructure in their communities. Families may have to travel farther and pay more for care, rely on families, friends, or other alternative care options, and some may be forced to reduce their work hours or quit their jobs, creating more economic instability for families. We urge city leaders to take a number of actions to address workforce challenges and ensure the stability of families in the ECE system. First, the city must bring salaries and benefits in contracted ECE programs to parity with their counterparts in the public school systems, including by instituting longevity differentials for ECE workforce in line with comparable roles in public schools. Salaries and benefits must also reflect the true cost of care across the system. This includes salaries and compensation for family care providers who are integral to the 2K expansion. We also urge city leaders to address the particular challenges of providers serving children with disabilities and immigrant communities. Really quick, last sentence. The city must focus not only on adequate compensation for these providers, but on helping support the push-in of services and resources such as professional development, educational materials, and language access services. We are grateful for your recognition of the urgency of addressing challenges within the ECE workforce and pipeline to help ensure we have a strong ECE system able to serve all children and families in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Manuel?
Thank you for the opportunity to address this topic and for the advocacy which led to the creation of this much-needed subcommittee. My name is Emmanuel Novi, and I'm the Chief of Strategic Initiatives at Literacy and Community, often known as LINC. In my role, I oversee and coordinate the City Council's only early literacy initiative, City's First Readers. At 17 partners strong, each delivering early literacy programming through a variety of different ways, we work in public spaces such as parks, libraries, Nycc centers. We are in home clinics, we are in pediatric offices, and we work directly with families right in their home. City's First Readers partners are thrilled that this council now has a subcommittee which can exert oversight and focus on this important issue, early childhood education. We know that a child's brain develops most rapidly from birth through 5, and we know learning to read does not begin on the first day of school. It begins on the very first day they are born. We also know that the prenatal environment greatly affects their capacity to learn. With the current expansion of childcare programs and the consequent expansion of staffing for those programs, it is essential that the care force serving our youngest be trained to implement the strategies that will support children's pathways to school readiness. This training must include not only the pre-reading stimulation that prepares children for formal literacy instruction, but the equally critically nurturing socialization for children, the social emotional security that allows them to thrive in school. While this hearing and this momentum of the moment are around childcare and the care force, we should not overlook the opportunities to embed knowledge and practices about early literacy in every system, especially our pediatric public health systems. We at Link and our partners at Cities First Readers are excited about the possibilities the subcommittee presents, and we look forward to supporting your mission and collaborating with you to benefit New York City's youngest readers as they begin their journey on education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Tingley. I'm the Vice President of Education for the Wildlife Conservation Society. So we oversee the education and learning that happens in our 5 parks, including the Bronx Zoo and the New York Aquarium, where we see about 3.5 million people each year. I'm here to speak about the importance of high-quality science learning in early childhood education and how it connects to this workforce pipeline that this committee has been discussing. For the past 3 years, we have led a program called STEM Starters, which is a partnership between New York City Public Schools, community-based childcare center, home-based childcare centers, and our zoos to bring science learning into bilingual pre-K classrooms. And what makes this work powerful is not just the experiences for the children, but the sustained investment in teachers and the school community. Through ongoing professional development, co-creation of curriculum, and classroom-ready science kits, we've made measurable impact. Using Teaching Strategies Gold, our evaluation shows gains in students' use of scientific tools, persistence in problem solving, and additionally, early language and literacy development. These are foundational skills that extend far beyond science. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Early exposure to science is not about content alone. It builds identity. When young children see themselves as curious, capable investigators in the world, it shapes their confidence and interests for years to come. And at the same time, WCS is one of the city's largest providers of youth workforce development in science and conservation. And through the longtime support of New York City Council and the Speaker, WCS has operated the STEM Career Lattice Program, a career pathways program that supports 1,900 young people in internships and career pathways where youth collectively earn about $5 million annually. And what we see is consistent, is that young people are talented and they're motivated. Oh my goodness, but don't
do your best, and you can submit it, but if you can wrap it up in a few seconds.
Basically,
Thank you.
Cultural institutions, including the Sign Network, where everyone is kind of supporting both early childhood and workforce development programs. I just encourage the City Council to think about the work that goes into these efforts at the cultural institutions level, and don't forget about us, because we can provide that needed support for teachers and students.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the committee. My name is Paula Magnus. I'm the president of Northside Center for Child Development in Harlem. And I want to thank the city folks for staying, because I think it's so important that they stay to hear from the public some of the concerns, because it usually is a little bit opposite of what they sometimes present. So I do want to thank them for staying. And we've already heard how there's underpaid and all of that, so I won't go into detail. That's already, what I want to say is that I think, first of all, the city staff should have met with every current provider before moving forward. And I think that's extremely important. And you learn from those that's already been in the field doing the work. Then you'll hear about how the cost is a problem. I personally don't know how you're going to expand when there's already a financial problem. What you may find happening is those that's in the business of doing this will exit the business of doing this. And what will happen is a decrease in child care services. So I think if you don't address the financial piece of it all, the expansion is like a dream that cannot happen. And to not have met with every current provider before a movement was made is a bad mistake. So I just wanted to stress that the finances is what it's all about, and you cannot expand when you don't have the dollars. And we don't have the dollars to support those that is already doing the work, they will exit the field. That's really my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your testimony. We have one last in-person panel, and then we'll switch over to Zoom. Deborah Sue Lorenzen, come on up. Latoya Simon, Joanne Derwin, and Gail Buffalo. We have one seat left on this panel. If anyone has not testified, no do-overs, only if you have not testified. Okay.
They trying to get the whole 2 minutes, right?
No, you don't get 4 minutes. Thank you so much. Okay, you can get started whenever. Thank you. Now it's on.
Hello. Hi, I'm Gail Buffalo. I'm an assistant professor of early childhood education at City College's Worker for Education, just half a mile down Broadway. I was struck by the numbers in CUNY, the 3,613 undergraduates currently in programs leading towards a Bachelor's of Science in Early Childhood Education. Of the 862 students represented at senior college level, 323 are in my program. Half a mile down the street at the Center for Worker Education. Since 2005, we've provided a Bachelor's of Science leading to initial teacher certification to working early childhood teachers across the city. And they've always been with labor. That's how they got connected to the Center for Worker Education. And so what I want to paint a picture of in the next minute is just in listening to you all. I also am a 3K mom. I'm a recipient of a grant from PDI when I was doing my doctoral research at Teachers College, and I was a consultant at PDI when they got so many teachers credentialed who needed the support to pass the certification exams. There are so many things that I want to say, but I want to say the things that I think would be most helpful to you now. My vision for early childhood professionalization over like the lifespan of my career and the work that I want to do with teachers is this naming that professionalization is associated with the certification, but that is not an indicator of quality. And so when we think about Article 47, we really need to look at how quality is being named in Article 47 to give us a runway to Council Members Joseph's dream that not anybody is left behind. So one thought of many, and maybe there'll be some opportunities for questions later, but one thought is, what if every certified teacher and director in CBOs could have the opportunity to unionize with UFT as a starting point for that representation and the motivation to stay in the CBOs? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the subcommittee. My name is Latoya Simon. I am the director and founder of SimFriend Academy, and I'm also a certified teacher from birth to sixth grade. I'm here today to urge you to not overlook or devalue the work experience of the CBO staff, and we are also non-unionized. So the salaries that you've been hearing, our staff receive less than that. I'm kind of going to pivot to a different area, specifically on retention, because I feel as though you're working on creating this pipeline where we can recruit qualified staff, but we have to look at retention, right? We don't want to recruit all of these beautiful staff, qualified, educated staff members, for them to leave us within 5 years. And that is the current situation. I'm not sure if anyone touched upon this, but with the pathways that DOE currently have for teachers in the Teaching Fellows Program, I feel that is something that we can tap into to allow CBO staff members to become a part of it. It's something that's already existing. It's something that we can scale on because, believe it or not, the requirements are very similar to what CBOs have to go through, right? The only difference that I see, I actually created a side-by-side chart, and the only difference that I see is that actually CBOs provide longer training to their staff. DOE fast-tracks it. The other difference that I see is that, of course, the benefits are higher for DOE staff. Everything else is basically the same. We're going through the same process. Our teachers are going on study plans. We have to take different college credits to, be able to obtain our certification. But it's one and the same, minor differences. That if we combine that, we will be less likely to lose our teachers to DOE. And one of the other things that we should do to retain the teachers at the CBOs is to include incentives, offer to pay for the tuition as it's being done with DOE, offer various incentives.
Thank you.
That would be all.
Thank you. We have your chart. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Joanne Derwin, and I'm the Executive Director of One World Project. One World Project is a pioneering nonprofit community center based in Brooklyn, offering innovative Spanish immersion educational programs for all ages. OWP started with 8 children in my living room back in 2012, and now serves over 370 households annually and employs 44 teachers from 13 countries. One of One World Project's core programs is our preschool, which serves 1 to 5-year-olds and includes UPK. To help recruit and train and retain qualified early childhood educators, we have developed a comprehensive in-house workforce development program that provides accessible career pathways for talented youth, aspiring teachers, and experienced educators to enhance their skills, gain experience, and grow within a supportive and inclusive community. And we received no funding from anyone to do this work, but we did it because we needed to. We think of our workforce development program as a river basin, where each program is a tributary flowing towards one shared purpose: nurturing exceptional early childhood educators we need and deserve. We are prepared to expand our workforce development program and recruit, train, and place more teachers, and have applied for a $120,000 grant in discretionary funding from City Council. We met with the budget office, and we'd love to meet with you. We've reached out lots just to your general emails. And I just want to share a little bit. We offer a CIT program for youth between 14 and 17 as an entry point. We then move to an assistant trainer program, and then we move on to a lead teacher program. I know I'm out of time, but we put together this, I think it's beautiful, personally, information about all the different programs, how they are connected, and we'd really love to talk to you more about the work we're doing.
Yeah, we'll make sure, I think if we can just make sure to set up a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah C. Lorenzo, and I'm the Director of Youth and Education at St. Nick's Alliance. We operate one early childhood center, in addition to programs youth service programs for K to 12 that serve some 9,000 kids a year. I would like to testify about thinking holistically about the child care workforce. So if we think about the child care workforce stretching from birth to 13 years old, then we know that we have one of the nation's largest publicly funded after-school networks. And there's a real connection there, and I think lost opportunity right now that we can build on. Through DYC Compass Elementary alone, there are 12,000 program staff supervising some 107,000 K to 5s, and about half of them are K to 2s. They're in their birth to second grade certification, if you will. St. Nick's Alliance alone has more than 350 staff serving K to 5. About half of these staff, or as I said, are working with the K to 2s, and if given the means and opportunity, might choose early childhood education or youth services as a profession. And notably, Compass is also expanding this year. We'll need more workers, so it's just a little more competition there, right? So DYCD already has existing workforce programs, workforce development programs that could be leveraged. St. Nick's Alliance operates many of them. We're the largest SYP provider in Brooklyn. For example, we have AmeriCorps members, we have all of these youth service workers who might want to go into the field. But I have to honestly say, it is difficult for me to advocate for them to pursue a career in early childhood education, knowing they're going to make than um, less than they're making as a youth worker, part-time youth worker. It just doesn't make sense. So I think we really, if we could look, if City Council could work with DYCD and DOE and DOH to look at this holistically, I think we might come out with a better product at the end.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your testimony. Do you have any questions? No questions? No? Okay. Well, I thank you all so much. If you have not submitted testimony, I know you were writing as you went along. Please do submit the testimony says via email so we could review, and we'll see you all very soon. We do have a hearing next week. A joint hearing with the Health Committee, and we're expecting DOHMH to be there as well. So you can come and give us your 2 minutes then too, just in case, but we'll be in touch. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on to Zoom. No, don't leave. We all stay. You stay. No, you can leave. You can leave. Go home. Oh, that's right. I have a whole thing to say.
No, you're right. No, you're right. We just switched to Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, and yes.
Do we have to read their names?
I know. I'm so pumped. Rebecca Schneider.
Okay. We're going to start with Rebecca Schneider Kaplan on Zoom.
Hello.
You may
Can
begin.
you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rebecca. I'm so sorry. I'm here.
Sorry, I apologize. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Rebecca Schneider Kaplan, also known as Miss Becky, and I'm a proud UPK4 teacher at Stepping Stones Preschool in Staten Island, New York. I support the proposed Child Care Workforce Grant and Services Program, but let me be clear. I cannot support it without reform of the current system first. I believe that we should be hired by the DOE directly and gain union membership in the UFT. Because right now, the system is not just strained, it's breaking the people who hold it together. Yes, we need to recruit a new generation into early childhood education, but how can we do that honestly when the current workforce is underpaid, undervalued, and undersupported? CBO centers weren't given the opportunity to RFP, to show our real costs and what salaries should be, and include all union costs for the owners and directors. If they're able to show real costs and get paid what is due to them, they will be okay. If my own child came to me and said they wanted to be a teacher in a community-based organization today, I would tell them not to do it with the way things are. Not because the work isn't meaningful, but because the conditions are unstable. Many new employees in UPK centers are actually DOE employees and UFT members. So where is the incentive for anyone else to work in a CBO? Our programs also lack crisis teams. That is really essential to have in every pre-K setting with the increase in a lot of in the need for services. I'm not embarrassed to say I feel frustrated. I'm already doing this work and I do not feel respected or valued for it. I cannot afford my student loans. I paid hundreds of dollars for childcare and I'm doing the job of an educator, but I am not treated like a DOE employee. So I ask, how do we justify investing in a future workforce while neglecting the one that exists today? Support this legislation, but pair it with real immediate reform, because without that,
Time has
this is
expired.
not a solution. It's a replacement plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And please, it's good to see you. Please submit your testimony so that we have everything. Thank you. Next, I want to call on Shanita Bowen.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Joint Committee Chairs and members of the City Council. My name is Shanita Bowen. I'm former family child care educator of 16 years in the Bronx. I'm Chief Operating Officer for ECE on the Move, a grassroots organization representing nearly 800 family child care educators and the parents that they serve. And I'm also co-chair of the steering committee for Empire State Campaign for Childcare. I want to be clear, if we're serious about building a workforce pipeline, we must start with the workforce we already have. Before you recruit new educators, you must stabilize, invest in, and preserve the existing family childcare workforce. especially the owner operators who are the foundation of the system. Right now, the conditions are pushing people out, not bringing them in. We already know the barriers: low wages that don't reflect the true cost of care, burnout from 10 hours a day with no structural support, lack of benefits, no retirement, no safety net, competition from better paying sectors, including the DOE roles, and layered on top of that, a market rate system that does not work for providers serving the subsidy families. These rates, stemming from a statewide survey, keeps our rates artificially low by tying them to what families can pay instead of what care truly costs. In subsidy dependent communities, that guarantees that providers will be underpaid. Also, a waiting list, thousands of children, creating instability and fear for providers who rely on the enrollment, and policies that look good on paper but are not accessible in practice, like the 15% differential for extended hours. Where is it at? So let me say this plainly: you cannot build a new workforce on a broken foundation. If educators can't afford to pay themselves, if they can't afford their staff, they can't afford support, to access support, if they
Thank
see
you for your testimony. Time has expired.
You have 10 more seconds.
Okay, they will leave, and they are leaving, and we need a cost of care model immediately, one that reflects our expenses and eliminate the waiting list, please, so we can fill our slots. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Next, Lacey Peters.
You may begin.
Hi, and please excuse me being literally on the ground, but I'm Lacey Peters, and this is Cyrus. He's my 10-month-old son. I'm on faculty at Hunter College, part of the City University system, obviously. And I just wanted to be here today to listen in mostly. I work with graduate and undergraduate students, so I was curious to know about the workforce pipeline issues. But one issue I wanted to bring attention to that hasn't been discussed as of yet is related to private equity. What we've noticed at Hunter, especially among our graduate students, is more and more people are working in Bright Horizons. And the reason they're doing that is because Bright Horizons is offering them tuition reimbursement or paying their tuition to go to school and get the credentials and their licensing. But the issue being, it's wonderful that students are getting this kind of support, financially speaking, but the problems are that now they're working in these for-profit, private equity-backed programs, encroaching on early childhood and teacher education. And we know too that private equity has its tentacles in the curriculum that's being used in the 3K and pre-K for all programs. And so as we continue with this expansion, I would just want to be particularly mindful of how dangerous this can be, what types of precedent we're setting when perhaps we're putting profit over children, perhaps, or using children as points of data or dollars. And so mostly that's all I really wanted to say. I'm sorry, I'm a little disoriented. I would also,
You're doing
though,
great.
before I stop, my time is up. There's so much nuance to offer too about what's happening at CUNY related to early childhood programs. So happy to work in collaboration with anyone, and Dr. Buffalo being there too, I know is offered some also additional insight, but it's really good work that's happening. And there is more being done to help create articulation agreements between the 2-year and 4-year institutions. Do things like acknowledge credit for prior learning so that experiential learning, like what is happening when teachers are working day in and day out to do this job, counts for something like a student teaching credit and so on. So we should definitely continue conversations so that we can create more
Yes.
pathways that lead to the
Thank
equity and quality we hope to aspire to as we expand our universal programs.
Thank you, Lacey, and congrats. You have an amazingly well-behaved child while you're on Zoom. That's impressive. My kid would have been crying. And thank you. Thank you for listening in. Next up, we have Nycc.
You may begin.
Can you, I'm not sure if you can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hold on. So hi, everybody. I'm Nycc. Thank you for holding, like a webinar like this. I'm the education director at Bing and Sprout. This is a Montessori school. Bing and Sprout is a Montessori program in Woodside. serving children from 6 months to 5 years old, so pre-K. Since opening in 2023 and receiving our permit in July 2024, we have built stable classroom routines, strong family partnerships, and a program that reflects the needs of our community. Our approach basically combines a consistent Montessori model with trilingual, is Spanish, Mandarin, and English education to support each child's development. We focus on key outcomes such as independence, language development, attention span, and self-regulation, skills that are essential for kindergarten readiness. So despite this strong foundation and growing demand from families, we have not received 3K and UPK seats from the DOE over the past 2 years. We've been trying very hard. And this has limited access for families who are actively seeking high quality, developmentally appropriate Montessori education. And I believe this probably is the only Montessori, school in this area. And it creates a gap, not only in access, but also in equity. The lack of 3K and UPKCs also presents, the operational challenges. In Montessori program, it is already difficult to hire teachers who are Montessori trained, and all the, I would say the qualified group teachers tend to work for public schools. They don't want to come to a private school. This becomes even more challenging when public funding, strong Montessori pathways, making it harder to build and maintain consistent high quality teaching teams. Again, we understand that seed allocation is complex. However, we really respectfully ask for consideration of programs like ours, basically who has a lot of families who are seeking high quality
Time has
education,
expired.
who want to join our program. So we hope to partner with the DOE to increase access and ensure that more children can benefit from a strong early learning foundation. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Tarmo Kirisime.
You may begin.
Very good on the pronunciation. Thank you. Good
I'm so
afternoon,
glad.
Chair Juan, Chair Gutierrez, and members of the committee. My name is Tarmo Kirsame, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Consortium for Worker Education, CWE, where I serve as the Director of Child Care Initiatives. We serve as the workforce development arm of the New York City Central Labor Council, providing training, education, and child care services to 33 unions and their affiliated locals each year. CWE supports our child care system in two crucial ways: assisting families in accessing affordable care and training child care workers. Through our facilitated enrollment and scholarship programs, we connect working families to vouchers and subsidized care. Additionally, we fund training for unionized child care workers, and through the We Rise Nanny training program, educate at-home providers. We know that building a truly universal childcare system will require a major upscaling of the workforce. A persistent gap we work with to address is care for parents who work non-traditional hours, episodic workers, and families with children who have special needs. The administration's expansion of 2K hours from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. is a meaningful step. However, New York City is a 24-hour city with a 24-hour workforce. Parents who work in healthcare, transportation, and hospitality can face real challenges outside that window. For the thousands on the voucher wait list, the options are often informal arrangements, job-threatening compromises, or expenses that stretch family budgets to the breaking point. One of the most direct ways to support this population is by investing in training for legally exempt providers and helping them obtain licensure so they can serve more children. These providers typically
Time
operate
has
in
expired.
home-based settings, which are often the best fit for workers with non-traditional schedules or children with special needs. We are
Thank you.
encouraged by the legislation that's being introduced to educate childcare workers and build capacity. As these initiatives roll out, CWE stands ready to partner with the Council on further training initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next person we have is Carolyn Cleveland.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Gutierrez, Chair Wan, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Carolyn Cleveland, and I'm Chief Operating Officer at the Kennedy Children's Center. We are a city-contracted 4410 program, and we serve more than 400 preschoolers with special needs in Harlem and the Bronx. You have heard from many of my CBO peers about the staffing crisis, but I'm here to talk about why our schools are 100% fully staffed. The city has highlighted the need for pathways for non-traditional teacher candidates, but we're already making that vision a reality. Since 2017, we have run a community-based Grow Your Own Pipeline program that recruits, trains, and certifies diverse adults directly from our local communities. We train about 100 adults annually to become certified teacher assistants, and to date, we've trained more than 500 people. Graduates can then enter our registered apprenticeship program and work toward debt-free teacher certification and school administrator certification, all while working full-time in early childhood classrooms. We were able to convert our existing Grow Your Own program into a registered apprenticeship program, thanks in large part to a startup grant from the Mayor's Office of Talent and Workforce Development, for which we're very grateful. And it has underwritten critical program components like coaching, supervision, and wraparound supports like childcare and tutoring that make it possible for non-traditional teacher candidates to actually balance work, school, and life. We currently employ more than 30 apprentices, which, as far as I know, may make us the largest sponsor of education apprentices in New York State at this point. So KCC is a living proof that the Grow Your Own model works, but it needs ongoing sustainable funding to reach its full potential, not just one-time and startup investments. So I want to urge the city to invest in scaling models like ours, and we would love to partner even more closely with you to do so that we can really build a strong, diverse early childhood workforce. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before we conclude, I just want to make sure that we did not accidentally miss any panelists on Zoom. No hands up, we're good. All right, I want to thank my illustrious co-chairs, Chair Rita Joseph, Chair Julie Wan, and of course, the staff and all the people that came to testify. Thank you all so much. Good night.